Very good morning, everyone. So happy to meet you in this fast track batch. And I have successfully completed one regular batch for May 25 and one exam oriented batch. And now we are starting with fast track batch. So I don't know with what expectations you have joined for this batch, but first things first, I wanted to give you a clarity about what you can expect. And so even like sir, you are taking this many batches, so what is the difference, sir? Because we should know as to what we are missing out, etc. and all. So that's what many students requested me to speak, so that's the reason why. So I'm giving you a clarity. In regular batch, usually I will be taking it for approximately 200 hours. In the 200 hours, everything we will be learning from section, how it started, and why this is like this, what was the background, what was the provision, how it should be, everything complete 100%. I won't cut anything, so fully it will be there. That is with respect to regular batch. That's why it is 200 hours. When it comes to exam oriented batch, what I do is that intermediate portion I will not discuss any section, bare act, etc. Just like a summary form I will be discussing. Summary in the sense like charts, directly from the chart and analysis I will be doing. So therefore I will be able to cut down approximately some 50 hours. So that's why 150 hours is my exam oriented batch. Whereas when it comes to fast track, definitely I will not touch any section, in the sense like we will not be reading bare act. So due to that reason, there will be lot of saving in time, but of course we are going to learn the subject. But the prefix, suffix, etc. and all to the subject, like flashback, all those things I am going to cut down. So therefore, due to that reason, I have planned it for 90 hours, wherein, like furthermore, the unnecessary things and all I will be cutting down. But when I say unnecessary things, which means that, sir, are you going to filter any chapters? No, I am not going to cut down any chapters and all. Every chapter we need to learn. See, come on, you are writing the exam, and in exam nowadays, CA final exam, you really don't know from which area they will be asking the questions, and you skip and go, from that only they will be asking usually. So due to that reason, we cannot take it for granted like, okay, fine, I can skip some things and go. No, not at all. You have to, cover everything. You have to cover everything. And even some students ask me, sir, long back we saw 1 year before and all, your revised book was small. Now what, sir, this much big it has increased. And even solved workbook also, what are you thinking, sir? Like, are we required to do all these things? No, yeah, it's like solved workbook size did not increase. Only the paper, it was a different paper. So paper is like that, thick paper, little thick paper. So that the book size you feel like that, but it didn't increase. It is the same size only. Revised book, yes, I have increased it. Reason, what to do here? Challenge is increasing attempt after attempt, wherein I don't have any entertainment in teaching more. But the problem is ICI is asking such a kind of questions and all, and students also, like not happy with whatever performance that they are giving. The problem is that they learn this much, they go and write this much, marks also very less. You understood? When you learn this much, you will be able to write this, so you will get this marks. You got it, what I am telling? So that's the reason. And so for that reason, we have to spend. Next, when it comes to regular batch, usually 75% effort will be mine, and 25% effort will be of the student. Whereas in exam oriented batch, mine is 60% effort and 40% effort is theirs. But when it comes to fast track batch, mine is only 50% effort. Remaining 50% is your effort. So what should we do? Say I am completing the classes, morning 9 o'clock to evening 6 o'clock, daily the classes will be going on. And we are scheduling to complete it on 21st of February. 21st February, we are going to complete our batch. So now, this many days, it is more of one-way communication only. I will be teaching, I will be teaching, I will be teaching. Then what you will be doing? Nothing. Nothing. Literally, you can't do anything, because night you go home, evening after 6 o'clock you go home, and again it will just like that go. Thereafter next day morning you will get up, maybe you think to read or prepare something, but hardly you will have 1 hour time only, then you will be coming for the classes. So what I advise is that let's forget about any kind of revision till the time we complete our fast track batch. Take proper rest. When you go home, take rest till morning, again come to the class. So this particular 8 effective hours we'll try to spend in the classroom itself, so that you should be active, you should be listening, because there itself lot of information it will get registered in your brain. Thereafter it is just the practice which you need to do. Is that clear? And in the class also we will be doing lot of practice. In addition to that, after completion of the batch, you also try a lot of questions from the solved workbook. So during class also we will be doing some questions from solved workbook, but beyond that I want you to solve as many questions as you can. Plus this time in revised book, what we have done, we have added concept grills. So that's why the pages have increased. Actually the number of pages from last book to this book is same, but around some 60-70 pages have increased because of this concept grills. You can see at the end, appendix B in your revised book, page number 482 onwards, 483 to 569. So close to like 70 to 80 pages I have added only the concept grills. What is this concept grills? I have given only the questions, I have not given the answers. So this we are going to practice, and some I will give as a homework for you, you need to do that, and some we will do it in the classroom, but we are going to complete this. These are application based questions, wherein like lot of concepts we learn. Learning is one side of the coin. Actually learning is always one side of the coin. When it comes to tax exam, application is very, very important. Where students fail majorly is that they know the subject, they know the concept, but when it comes to exam, in exam it will not be theory. They will not ask whatever you learn in indirect tax, you write it in the 100 marks like that, they will not ask a question, correct? This is not a essay question or a thesis, etc. So they will not expect you to write something whatever you like. So it would have been better if it is like that. So we can fill the pages and all and we can happily get the marks, but no, specific to the point they will be asking, and those questions are application based questions. Application based questions means situation based questions. In that situation, whatever we have learnt, and there may be multiple provisions, that has to be connected to the situation and we need to arrive at the answer. Are you understanding what I am telling? So that is where we actually fail. So you should ensure that you are not having that issue. For that reason only I have given this concept grills. All these are situation based, mainly for application of the provisions. Got it? So this when we practice in the class as well as at home, etc. So thereby it is sufficient till the time the exam, like till the time this batch gets over. So tell me what you need to do till the time this batch gets over. You need to regularly attend the classes from morning 9 to without fail, without fail. Without fail you should be attending the classes. One day also you should not skip. Sir, backup, yes, you will be provided with backup. So like you as well as those students who are attending online live, we are giving the backup to them, and that backup will be 40% of the lectures, which means like entire 90 hours of content will be available to you, but in that you will be able to watch only for 40%. 40% means what, some 36 hours like that you will be able to watch, which means missed portion you can watch, but don't take it for granted. Don't take it for granted, because I can easily tell you also assure me that out of your heart you speak, you would have purchased lot of Google Drive classes. Whether you have wholeheartedly completed all the Google Drive classes? Don't lie to me, be frank, no. So it's only the purchase. We are all impulsive buyers. We purchase, we keep, but we will not sit and read. But when it comes to face-to-face or online live, it is not like that. A fixed time is there. In that fixed time, whether you like or you don't like, you will be coming, sitting in the class and completing it. That's the end. maybe while sitting in the class, few chapters, it may not go into our mind properly. So different reasons. Maybe the before day night we have not slept properly, or some concept really we did not understand that has a connecting impact, because of which we may not be able to understand. That's the reason why I have given the backup. So that you watch once again, because anyhow index and all also will be provided. So you can watch the backup of that, so that it will be like a revision for you. Plus chapter wise revision already we have provided in our app. So I'll just share with you the details of that app as well. So you can download that and you can start chapter wise revision, like one chapter gets completed, hardly 45 minutes to 1 hour, every chapter. So I have uploaded the revision and I am in the process of uploading the revision also. So that you can watch the revision as well. But don't put more effort in sitting and reading at your place after completion of the classes, because the problem is that you will not be prepared for the next day class. So because effectively 8 hours is the only time a person can absorb the information, beyond that they will not be able to do. And I am not a faculty to entertain you in the class also, I don't know that also. So like because a lot of faculties are there, what they do, they dance, they entertain you, etc. You also will dance and get entertained, but waste. Okay. So due to that reason, 8 hours class only, there is nothing else, and therefore your absorption level should be so high. So just fix on to it, and whatever homework that I give, that only you do. Done. Next, this classes will get over. After this classes gets over, you need to write the test. Sir, how to write the test? Already we started conducting the weekly test. So you have to just take the question paper, write the answers, then cross check with the explanation video and the suggested answers, so that you will know where you are going wrong. Never see question paper and answers together. Don't do audit. Audit, you don't have to do that. Okay. So you have to write the questions for the questions answers, and then cross check. Even when you do practice also, I mean from the solved workbook, when you are solving the questions also, your mindset should be like not to jump to the answer. See the question, write the answer or do the computation, and then finally you need to cross check what is the answer that you have got. And then you will learn the mistakes, what mistakes you are committing. Rather than committing the mistake in the exam hall, commit the mistake here itself, so that you will not repeat that mistake in the exam hall. Are you with me? Understood? So what's the mistake that we all do is that we see the question, we see the answer. This question, this answer, perfect. Sir has given correct answer only. Why yaar? Why? What is it you are going to achieve from that? You are not going to achieve anything for that question, that answer. But where are you learning? You are doing proofreading. You are doing proofreading, where you are learning. When you will learn, only when you start applying you will learn, and you will get a doubt. Why for this question only this way needs to be answered? Why can't some other provision be applied? So you should get that doubt. So when you get that doubt, you will be asking me the query, and I will be able to reply to that query. And to eliminate so lot of frequently asked questions in your solved workbook, for the questions I have already given the QR codes. In that QR code, the moment you scan the QR code, you will be able to see the explanation video for that problem. Already I have done for major questions. So suppose if you are not able to understand as to how to approach to this question or how to arrive at the answer, you can just take your mobile, scan it, you will get the explanation video, you listen to that, and so that it is complete. You don't have to message me or wait for my reply, you will be able to get it. And furthermore, we have recently launched one website for the students to discuss as a forum. So this idtwizard.com. So in this, I have given all the frequently asked questions. For example, so here you can see GST for students. In that chapter wise I have given, say for example, one student is having a doubt on place of supply. So place of supply in case of supply of goods involving installation at site. What if it is given to an unregistered person? So one question will be there. So I gave a reply, you understood? So like that you may also get this question. Sometimes you may not have the question. When you read the question only you will get correct only, no, like that. So all those things you can see. Plus, if you have any questions also, you can post it here and I will be replying, which will be useful for others. Even when I am replying in the Telegram group for lot of queries, whichever query I find like, yes, this is worth, I need to definitely give it to the other students as well, I will also post like this. So in this place, everything will be available for you for your doubts, etc. and all. And see, you should get doubts. That's what I believe in. When you know you will get doubts, only when you start practicing without seeing the answers, you will get the doubts. If you see the question and if you see the answer, you will understand and you will go to the exam, but you will not get the doubts. You are actually cheating yourself that you are understanding, but there is nothing called as understanding there, wherein you just know, okay, this question, this is the answer, but that question will never come in exam. Will not. You tell me how many questions got repeated. I have seen total from May 2018 to November 2024, around some 10-11 attempts I have seen. In these 11 attempts, if you ask me, sir, how many questions got repeated? 1 or 2. 1 or 2. Just 1 or 2 questions only got repeated. Beyond that, there is no repetition. That too started from May 22. No question got repeated. Every attempt they are giving like new questions only, they are devising new questions, and thanks to AI. Thanks to AI. ICI is using artificial intelligence help for the purpose of creating the questions. And ChatGPT also makes amazing questions. On the top of that, the examiner will sit and he modify that. See, it is like previously from scratch they need to do, but they don't have to do it now. 50% ChatGPT only will do. On the top of that, they need to add some provisions like adjustments, and they create amazing questions. Now these questions are coming not only at final, even intermediate level also. In tax paper, there is no repetition here. Then if you ask me, sir, you gave solved workbook, if we solve all these questions, so we are going to clear. No, I cannot guarantee you. Why, sir, like that? Because you are just reading the question and answers. There is no guarantee that the same question will come. You have to learn the subject and apply that subject into the questions. So that is the strategy which you need to follow. It's not about, like I can give you, mighty 50 questions. One student is messaging here that, sir, rocket revision, mighty 50 questions. That alone I will read, sir. Will I clear? You will not clear. You will fail. That's what I replied. You will fail. Why will you clear? If you are able to clear that way, then every Tom, Dick and Harry is able to clear here. Then CA course will not be that difficult. Everyone can clear, na? Are you understanding what I am telling? Sir, there is no shortcut for success except the hard work. You understood? Only way is to clear CA exam is by putting the hard work. But the hard work will pay. Definitely it will be paid off. Wherein you may get a paper easy. You have done a lot of hard work, but the paper is easy. It's okay. You get good marks. You understood? What if the paper is difficult? You clear, no? Are you getting this? So come what may, so why you want to find the shortcut? You don't have to find the shortcuts. So try to put the hard work, sir, smart work. In the hard work, the smart work also. That's what I am telling you. Rather than solving 500 questions, solve 100 questions without seeing the answer. You got it? That is the smart work which I am talking about. And also, rather than just trying to mug things, so try to understand the easy way how to carry that to the exam. Are you getting? So yes, in the hard work also there should be an element of like smart work that should be there. Then, so coming back to this fast track batch, why I said 50% effort is required. So this is what I mean to say, your effort should be more, because I will not be having that much time to make you repeat in the class everything. So important things, yes, but everything I will not be able to. So you have to only recollect it as many number of times as you prepare or do the revision or apply it. So you will be able to recollect the provisions that is required. Is it clear? Then, so let's start with this. First, we have introduction to GST, which is not at all there in your syllabus, and you will not get question also on this. So these are some basic aspects. Maybe if at all one MCQ could come, because in the new syllabus 2018, they have given this 2024, May 24, 2018 it was there. May 24 syllabus, they have not given this. They have given this as an appendix. So that's the reason why you may or may not get question anything on this. So just quickly we will complete this. Already all these things you know. And compared to November 24, for May 25 there are many amendments for your information. So all the amendments I have given it here in the index of this book. List of amendments for May 25 exam. So this time we have around 57 amendments. Total 57 amendments in different places. Then I also gave some amendments for November 25 exam. Of course, you are not writing November 25 is what I believe in. How many of you are appearing for November 25? Okay, done. And remaining and all May 25 only. Super. So I have given some amendments. These are not the only amendments. These are some amendments so far related to November 25 exam which I have given. And because I am taking this fast track batch commonly for May 25 and November 25, so therefore I will just give some knowledge about this November 25 amendment as well. If you are not appearing for November 25 exam, you just ignore it. You need to remember what is applicable for your May 25 exams, okay. But otherwise you can, whatever May 25 amendments are even applicable for November 25 as well, okay. Next, these 57 amendments, sir, is it like change in something? Hardly 20 to 30% is change before amendment, after amendment. Remaining and all are newly added things, lot of clarifications, lot of circulars they have added newly. So it is not like something which was there in the past which you need to not like unlearn and then again learn newly, is hardly 20 to 30%. But remaining 70% is like new things only, so you don't have to worry. It is like incremental information which you should be having, okay. Whatever you have the knowledge, that plus this incremental information. And definitely May 25, those who are writing, actually you have a blessing in disguise, wherein usually I have observed from last 4-5 years, they are asking in May exam approximately 20 to 25 marks on amendments. 20 to 25 marks. Even May 24, I have seen May 23, May 22, 20 to 25 marks are from amendments. So therefore, your focus should be more on amendments and to identify whether it is an amendment or not in the flow also. I just followed a pattern of giving that information separately to you, that it's a May 25 amendment like that. So you can see like this I have highlighted that this is a May 25 amendment and I have given it in the green color so that it will be easy for you to identify, and I have given the tag also that it's a May 25 amendment. So those May 25 amendments you need to focus a lot, and so easily, trust me, more questions will be on these amendments only, more questions, but this time also lot of amendments are there, so more questions will be from this area only. Next, so which means whatever knowledge that you already possess, will it be sufficient? Definitely not sufficient. You have to learn many new things also. Then how many of you already attended some kind of classes for CA final IDT? Some classes you attended, either regular batch or some other batches. Okay, then rest of you are listening for the first time. That's what it means, correct? Wow, so nice. So you expect me so to tell everything from the scratch. Fine, let me try that. Anyhow, I will do that. But how many of you studied GST in Inter? Almost. Okay. Then I should ask you, how many of you have not at all studied GST in Inter? I mean, old indirect taxes. Anyone? Okay. So you will definitely find it difficult to absorb whenever I am telling. So because rest of all, almost everyone, Inter some knowledge they will be having about GST. So when it comes to final, so they will forget They will forget. Don't think that they have everything and all in their mind. No, they will forget. The moment intermediate result came itself, they would have forgot. And now, when I am telling something, they will be able to recollect because it's somewhere in the subconscious, underground, they have to just take it. It will be there. But for you, it will not be. So therefore, after class or before class, whatever concept that you have not understood or not got a clarity, please ask me, I will explain to you separately. But in the class, I will go with the regular flow only, okay. Then, so look into this page number 1. We are starting with segment 1, Introduction to Indirect Taxation. So what is the indirect tax portion that we have? GST and customs. What is full form of GST? That you know, no? GST full form, Goods and Services Tax. Is Goods and Services Tax something new? Respond. Is it new? No, it is not new. It is by subsuming various old indirect taxes. So we had many indirect taxes in the past. By subsuming that, they created this GST. What is the effective date of implementation of GST in India? 1/7/2017. Good. Which means GST Act is year 2017. And whether GST Act required any constitution amendment? Yes. So just like that, they did not bring GST law, they have done some constitution amendment. Why was there a requirement to amend the constitution? That is, you would have studied somewhere in your childhood that there is 7th schedule to the constitution: union list, state list, concurrent list. And union list means where the power to make law is with the central government, state list means power to make law is with the state government, concurrent list means where both central government and state government is having power to make law. And there are many indirect taxes in the past which were few in the union list and few in the state list. But when it comes to GST, is GST levied by only central government or both central government and state government? Both central government and state government. So whether we have single GST model in India or dual GST model in India, dual GST model, which means both central government as well as state government levy GST. What is the meaning of single GST model? Only central government. Income tax is a single tax model. Like that in many countries, there is only single GST model. Example, you take Singapore, there is single GST model, and in Dubai they call it as VAT, but that is also GST only, and which is a single tax model. There is nothing like that called dual tax model in those countries. But in India, we cannot have a single tax model because entirely central government cannot collect and then pay it to the state government. State government also requires a fund to meet its expenses. For that reason, we have dual GST model, which means should we amend the constitution? Of course, yes, because we need to empower both CG and SG to collect the taxes. So that's why constitution amendment has happened. What is the year in which constitution amendment has happened? 2017 or 2016? 2016. So that's what you can see here. As to 1st July 2017, GST was introduced and extended to Jammu and Kashmir on 8th July. And you remember 1st July as the effective date of implementation of GST. Then next we have 2016, the Constitution 101st Amendment Act was enacted, August 2016. Thereafter, GST law is implemented in India with effect from 1st July 2017. These are the key timelines that you need to keep in mind. So 1st July 2017, effective date of implementation, August 2017, Constitution Amendment Act got enacted. And bill and all you don't have to remember, bill got presented in 2014, but that is not required for us. Then, how indirect tax we had in the past, that is before 1/7/2017, what was the way in which it was? So there used to be lot of levies in indirect taxes which was levied by central government. Can you tell me what are the indirect taxes levied by central government in the past? Excise duty, central excise duty. Then service tax, central sales tax, and then customs duty. But what they have done, except customs duty, all other three got subsumed into GST. You can see here GST. In the past we used to have central excise duty, service tax and central sales tax. This got subsumed into GST, so which were levied by central government. Customs duty was levied by central government when? Excise duty was levied when? I mean, what is the event? What is the event for levy of excise duty? Manufacture. Whenever you manufacture, you need to pay excise duty. Whenever you provide services, you need to pay service tax. Whenever you make sales, interstate sales, interstate means one state to another state, we need to pay central sales tax. So subsuming these three, now there is GST, which means whether you are a manufacturer or you are a service provider or you are a trader, you need to pay GST only. Then Customs Act was there even before also, as well as now. They have not subsumed customs into the ambit of GST. When customs duty will be levied on what event? Import of goods into India or export of goods from India, customs duty will be levied, and that customs duty they have not subsumed into GST because that is going to affect the international trade if it is brought into GST, because GST is a new law. Even if a small error that happens, the international trade gets affected, because of which the foreign exchange, definitely already foreign exchange like Indian rupee is depreciating and the foreign exchange is appreciating. Furthermore, the position will change. So due to that reason, they have not brought it. And we had additional customs duties called as CVD and SAD. CVD refers to countervailing duty. SAD refers to special additional duty. Who levied it? Central government. When levied? On import only. But these were additional customs duties. Why additional customs duties? To counterbalance excise duty and sales tax. Simple here. If a product is imported, will that have a excise duty? No. But if a product, same product is manufactured in India and sold, will it have excise duty? Yes. Same way, when a product is imported, will it have a sales tax burden? No. But when the same product is purchased locally, will it have a sales tax burden? Yes. So to counterbalance this excise duty and sales tax burden on the imported product, they have levied countervailing duty and special additional duty. Now excise duty got subsumed into GST, correct? Central excise duty is getting subsumed into GST. Sales tax also getting subsumed into GST. Then these additional customs duties, which is just to counterbalance the excise duty and sales tax, that also got subsumed into GST. Is that clear? So additional customs duties, that is CVD and SAD, also got subsumed into GST. These are the indirect taxes levied by central government that got subsumed into GST. So this is what you need to remember. Point number 1. Next page you can see. All indirect taxes levied by central government except customs duty got subsumed into GST. Even countervailing duty levied under customs to counterbalance what? Excise duty. And special additional duty to counterbalance what? Sales tax also got subsumed, because anyhow at present excise duty and sales tax got subsumed into GST. Then go to state government indirect taxes. What are the various state government indirect taxes? There are n number, but not everything got subsumed into GST. Only 6 indirect taxes levied by state government got subsumed. What are they? You can see the list and tell me what are they. What? Value added tax used to be levied on intra-state sale, within the state sale, that is now subsumed. Then next, purchase tax. Purchase tax was in short called as octroi before, and this, when you do final accounts, you would have done octroi, carriage inwards, octroi and all you would have taken in the trading account. It is like you are located in Tamil Nadu, and rather than purchasing within Tamil Nadu, you purchase from Andhra Pradesh. So because you are purchasing from other state, you need to pay to Tamil Nadu something called as purchase tax. So that was there in the past, that is also now subsumed into GST. What's the next thing? Lottery, betting, gambling. So lottery, betting, gambling, we had income tax. Yes, we had indirect tax as well. In the past, on sale of lottery tickets, gamblings, or any betting transaction like winning from horse races, etc., there used to be even indirect taxes levied by state government. Not only income tax. So, but that is now subsumed into GST. Next, what's next? Entertainment tax. Previously, they used to levy entertainment tax, that is state government used to levy on the celebrities who are living in that state, and on the cinema theatres, and on the TVs like dish, cable network, etc. On them they used to levy, but now that is subsumed into GST. Next, luxury tax on hotel accommodations. Previously they used to levy, but now it's part of GST. Then finally, advertisement tax on hoardings. On hoardings, like whenever we advertise on the hoardings, or on the medians, etc., and all, like road dividers, medians, we do advertisement. So because of which we need to pay some advertisement tax. but that advertisement tax also now subsumed into GST. What are the 6 indirect taxes levied by state government got subsumed into GST? Value added tax, purchase tax, lottery betting gambling tax, entertainment tax, luxury tax, advertisement tax. Can you give me examples of any other indirect taxes levied by state government not subsumed into GST? LTT. Local body tax, okay. Local body tax levied in Maharashtra. So on lot of people, that is not subsumed into GST. Good. Next. Professional tax, have you heard of? Professional tax levied by state government, not subsumed into GST. It is not subsumed into GST. Then in Karnataka, there used to be something called as mandi tax. Wholesalers who used to have lot of, mandis. Mandi means not that we eat, okay, not that mandi. This is different mandi. So mandi in the sense wholesaler. So they have to pay some tax. Like that, there used to be lot of indirect taxes, which is in the past is continuing today. One more example, state excise duty. State excise duty also not subsumed. On liquor, so they will be levying state excise duty, not subsumed. And even we have stamp duty. Whenever you sell the property, stamp duty you need to pay. On stamp duty also not subsumed into GST, correct or not? So these are some examples of indirect taxes levied by state government, not subsumed into GST. Even today it is continuing. Is that clear? So see the second point, indirect taxes levied by state government, VAT, purchase tax, lottery or betting tax, entertainment tax, luxury and advertisement tax got subsumed into GST. However, other indirect taxes levied by state government not subsumed into GST. Next, we have local authority. Whether local authority levies got subsumed into GST? No, that's the reason why even today we have entertainment tax. That entertainment tax which is levied by state government got subsumed, but entertainment tax levied by local authority, there are many municipal levies which are levied by local authority not got subsumed into GST. You can see that indirect taxes levied by local authority, for example, entertainment tax, professional tax not got subsumed into GST. Got it? Next, finally, conclusion. How many indirect taxes, major indirect taxes that we have in the present? Only 2. That is GST and customs duty. One question to you. Can there be both income tax and indirect tax, that is GST, on the same transaction? Possible? Yes, just now I told you, on winning from lotteries, horse races, etc., we are anyhow paying GST now because it got subsumed into GST. You know what is the rate? 28%. 28% is the rate of GST, plus income tax anyhow we are paying 30%. So that is also there. Then, but the major difference what we can see between income tax and GST is that GST is always on the gross, whereas income tax is on the net. For example, I am a professional and whatever gross fees that I get, on that I need to pay GST, whereas I will be getting the deduction with respect to my expenses, may it be 44 ADA, flat 50%, or I may maintain the books of accounts and claim the deductions in income tax from section 30 to even section 28, etc. also, like that's where now PGBP will start. So from there, so till whatever deductions, 37, whatever allowed, everything I can deduct and I will get the profit. On that profit only I will be paying income tax, correct? There is a difference. Same way, you are a trader, you will pay GST on the sale price, but you will pay income tax on the profit. But actually GST in a way is also like a value added tax, because namesake we pay GST on the gross, but effectively we pay it on the net. How, sir? We have a concept of input tax credit. What is input tax credit? Tax paid on purchases. What is input tax credit? Tax paid on purchases, or in other words, tax on inward supplies. Inward supplies, because purchase means usually goods only we call as purchases. So services also can be purchased, na? So tax paid on inward supplies is known as input tax credit. So what is input tax credit? Tax paid on inward supplies. What I can do with that? Adjust against tax payable on outward supplies. Now you see me. What is my outward supply? Classes, sale of books, sale of video lectures, then professional fees, etc. That is my outward supply. On that I will pay. What are my inward supplies? So I will pay money for printing the books, I will procure the paper, I will pay rent, I will purchase this laptop, etc., AC, and all these are my inward supplies. on that GST paid, which I can adjust against the GST payable on outward supply. This is simple what input tax credit is. Means again, end of the day, I pay GST on what? Value addition. For example, if my outward supply is 5,000, my inward supply is 3,000. So which means 3,000 whatever GST I paid, that I will adjust against the 5,000 ka GST. So effectively on 2,000 rupees only I pay. So which means that is GST also a value added tax? Yes. GST is also a value added tax. And also remember, there can be both income tax and GST on the same transaction. Sometimes there will be only income tax, there is no GST. Sometimes there will be only GST, there is no income tax. This is also possible. Example, salary, there is only income tax. There won't be any GST because salary is excluded from supply and GST will not be there. And same way on renting of house property, let it be residential property or commercial property, so that will be coming under income from house property and you need to pay income tax. Whereas in GST, only if it is a commercial property, we will get the taxability. Whereas residential property, we have some exemption. Are you understanding this? So sometimes there will be income tax, there won't be any GST. Sometimes there will be GST, but there won't be any income tax. That is also possible. Is it clear? Then, so look into the model of GST. What is the model of GST that we follow? Come on. Dual GST model, from where India has adopted this dual GST model, Brazil and Canada. So we have adopted this from Brazil and Canada. We have not created anything new in this. India follows dual GST model where central government and state government has power to levy tax on the common tax base. For example, you go to a restaurant and you eat for 1,000 rupees, 2.5% CGST means 2.5% will be levied by central government and 2.5% will be levied by state government. That's what I mean to say, common tax base with both CG and SG levy. Got it? Then, what is the meaning of fiscal federalism? Fiscal federalism is a word you can see to facilitate fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism means like state governments also have certain responsibilities. Central government has certain responsibilities, state government has certain responsibilities. Now, it is the state government which need to spend, because when you are giving them a responsibility, you should give them power also. Say responsibility only if you are giving, and if they are not giving the power, then what is the way in which they will be able to fulfill that responsibility? So they have to give, they should have the power to collect the taxes. Only when they have the power to collect the taxes, they will be able to spend. There is no point in complaining, sir, roads are not proper, sir. It is not NHAI which will put you the roads. You understood? If the roads are not proper in Chennai, don't blame central government, we should blame the state government. So now what simply state government will say, so we don't have money to spend, as simple as that. So therefore the power should be given. If you are not bringing dual GST model, that is not going to provide the fiscal federalism. That's why they have brought in this, okay. Even if you ask me, income tax also should become dual model according to me. Yes, income tax also should become dual model according to me, that is best, but no politics, but it is just an opinion. And then legislative framework, you can see. What are the various types of GSTs that we have? You would have observed, na? So you tell me, what are the various types of GST? CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST, and the fifth one is there, that is compensation cess. These are the five. What is full form of CGST? Central Goods and Services Tax Act. Central Goods and Services Tax. From the name itself, you tell me who will levy? Central government. Then SGST, who will levy? Then UTGST, Union Territory Goods and Services Tax. Who will levy? There is no Union Territory per se, central government. Is it clear? UTGST, even though it is Union Territory GST, but Union Territory do not have separate autonomy for the purpose of levy. So Union Territories are under whose control? Central government's control. So central government only. Then next, IGST, full form, Integrated Goods and Services Tax. Who will levy? Central government will levy. GST compensation cess. GST compensation cess. Who will levy? Again central government will levy. So only SGST is levied by the state government. Is it clear? Rest of all are levied by central government. When will they levy it, sir? Intrastate and interstate are the two supplies that you should be knowing. So supply is a taxable event under GST. So what is a taxable event under GST? supply. So supply of goods or services or both. Supply of goods or services or both is the taxable event. This supply is divided into two, that is intrastate supply and interstate supply. No need to make note, just listen. Intrastate supply, interstate supply. So what is a taxable event under GST? Supply. What is the meaning of taxable event? Taxable event means what? An event on happening of which you need to pay tax, just like your basis of charge in income tax. In income tax you have, if it is a house property income, so there is income from house property. If there is a transfer of capital asset, then only capital gain will come, correct or not? Like that one event is there na. So indirect tax is also event based only. That event on happening of which we need to pay tax is known as taxable event. So what is the taxable event in GST? Supply. Supply is a taxable event. This supply is defined in section 7 of CGST Act, which is our next chapter which we are going to discuss. So right now supply is a taxable event. The terminology supply has got lot of meaning which we see later. This supply is now divided into two, intrastate and interstate. What is intrastate supply? If the location of supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, then it will be coming under intrastate supply. Location of supplier and place of supply in the same state or same union territory, then it will be called as intrastate supply. From this, tell me what could be interstate supply? Location of supplier, place of supply is in two different states, two different union territories, not two different countries, two different union territories, then a state and a union territory, then it will be coming under interstate supply. Now whenever it is intrastate supply, if it is in the same state, then the type of GST will be CGST plus SGST, dual GST model. So partly by central government, partly by state government. Tell me what is the ratio? 50-50, always, always, always it will be 50-50. There can't be 60-40 or 30-70 like that. Always it will be 50-50. If it is in the same union territory, CGST plus UTGST. It is not SGST, it is UTGST, Union Territory GST. Who will be levying that UTGST? Central government only. Who will be levying CGST? Central government only. Then why we have two separate heads? In order to know what is the contribution made by the union territories, so that we can use it for development of that union territories. Just accounting head we create separately. Then whenever it is interstate supply, what is the type of GST that we have? IGST. Understood? So CGST levied on intrastate, SGST levied on intrastate, UTGST levied on intrastate, but IGST is levied on interstate. Got it? Now let's try to analyze this interstate further. Where is the supplier located? In one state, and recipient as well as place of supply in another state. Recipient as well as place of supply. Recipient as well as place of supply. Say supplier in Tamil Nadu, recipient in Karnataka, recipient or place of supply in Karnataka. Now when the supply is made by the supplier in Tamil Nadu to Karnataka, it is interstate supply. Am I right? Now what is the type of GST that I told you? IGST. So who will be paying that IGST to whom? Supplier will pay that IGST to central government. Supplier will pay IGST to central government. Okay, because the power to levy is with central government. Why they created that way? Because see, Tamil Nadu government also cannot collect, Karnataka government also cannot collect. If Tamil Nadu government collects, Karnataka government will get hurt. Karnataka government collects, Tamil Nadu government will get hurt. So then in that case, definitely, so someone should collect it. So CG will collect. Will they retain completely? They should not retain completely. If they retain completely, the purpose of dual GST model gets defeated. So they should definitely give. To whom they will be giving? So that's where we have GST as a destination based consumption tax, which means 50% of the IGST collected is retained by central government, is retained by central government, and remaining 50% is given to whom? Shared with which government? Definitely to state government. Which state government? Karnataka, that is consuming state. That's the reason why GST is called as a destination based consumption tax, because wherever the goods and services are getting consumed, ultimately that state should enjoy the benefit. Okay, so which means here who is going to get the benefit? Central government 50%, and the consuming state, that is Karnataka, will get 50%. But what about Tamil Nadu? There won't be anything. There won't be anything to Tamil Nadu. Reason? So because GST is now a destination based tax. Okay, previously how it was? Previously it was a origin based tax, which means whenever the sale happened from Tamil Nadu to Karnataka, previously, I mean before 1/7/2017, there used to be something called as CST, Central Sales Tax. Central Sales Tax, even though levied by central government, but the power to collect it and retain it was given to the state government. So therefore, that CST levied by central government but collected by state government. Which state government in this? Tamil Nadu. So CST, even though levied by central government but collected and retained by the state government. So which state government? Originating state. What is the originating state here? Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu used to retain that particular CST, which means it was their revenue. Now what happened in the same case? 50% is going to central government and remaining 50% is going to the consuming state. Then the producing state is getting affected, agreed or not. All the producing states like Tamil Nadu, then Maharashtra, even Karnataka is also one producing state, Haryana, these are some states which are producing states, wherein lot of manufacturing is there. But the problem is their states, fully it is not consumed. In the neighboring states only it will be consumed. Means they will not be able to enjoy the full benefit. So first of all, 50% will go to central government, remaining 50 will go to the consuming state. Because of which there will be loss of indirect tax revenue to those states. To compensate that loss of revenue to the states, so government, central government has brought with GST compensation cess. Central government has brought GST compensation cess. For what purpose? To compensate the states. On account of what? On account of what? Loss suffered by them. Why they will suffer the loss? Due to fall in the indirect tax revenue when it comes to GST. When GST is implemented, if there is any loss of revenue on account of implementation of GST, loss of what revenue? Indirect tax revenue, that shortfall will be filled by the central government. For filling that short gap, they need to collect some taxes. In turn, they have put the burden on people only. You understood? So, as if they are not coming and promising that they will pay out of their pocket. No, they are paying, but out of whose pocket? People. So for that reason, they levied something called as GST compensation cess on some notified goods. This money collected will be funded for the shortfall that is on account of implementation of GST, which the state governments are going to suffer. Got it? So this GST compensation cess, is it applicable on all goods? No, only on notified goods. Will it be levied on all the states with respect to the notified goods, or only in the states where they want to give compensation? All the states across the country. If they want to give compensation to Bihar, but will the levy be made in Tamil Nadu on the sale of notified goods? Yes. What are those notified goods, sir? Example, we have automobiles, we have beverages, we have some ready-made garments, etc. and all, on which GST compensation cess is applicable. When you are buying a four-wheeler, you are paying 28% as GST and 22% as GST compensation cess. For example, you take any SUV, more than 10 lakhs, correct? More than 10 lakhs, and it is more than 1500 cc, 1500 and above, correct or not? So definitely less than that we will not be interested to buy. What here? So minimum 1500 cc should be there. And you know what is the GST compensation cess on that? 22%. So you take Mahindra Thar Rocks, like that one car got launched. You know that, na? So that ex-showroom price is 12 lakhs. 12 lakhs plus 28% GST plus 22% GST compensation says close to 50%. Means when you buy a Mahindra Thar car, you are getting Alto 800 free. Inside that 6 lakhs. 6 lakhs you need to pay as GST itself. On the top of that, registration charges, insurance, and then road tax, etc., wherein it will come to somewhere what, some 22 lakhs like that. 12 plus 6, that is 18, plus some 4 lakhs other things, insurance, road tax, etc. So 22 lakhs. Got it? It started with 12. Now we are ending with this. So there is a GST compensation cess burden is also there. And are they going to contribute it to the Tamil Nadu government? No. Fine, sir. Let's give it to Kerala, Karnataka. No. Here also no, because all these states have surpassed and they don't have any shortfall. The shortfall is in some states only. So because there the government is not proper or they are not paying, etc. So the burden is on all the people across the country. I am not just talking about, I am not dividing here North India, South India. You don't go by that way. I am telling that burden is there even on people in Maharashtra also. That burden is there even on people in Delhi also. Are you getting this? So it is on across the country. GST compensation cess is levied. Let it be intra, inter, whatever it may be, on notified goods. Is it clear? Then, so coming back to this discussion, so look into types of GSTs. So types of GSTs, we have section 8, intrastate supply, section 7, interstate supply. Interstate supply means location of supplier and place of supply is in 2 states or 2 union territories or a state and a union territory. Then it is interstate supply. Section 8, intrastate supply, location of supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory. What are the types of GSTs in case of intra? CGST, SGST. In case of interstate supply, what is the type of GST? IGST, wherein 50% of the GST is shared with the consuming state, that already we discussed. And look into GST compensation cess. GST compensation cess is levied to compensate the loss incurred by states or union territory on implementation of GST. And what is the period for which it shall be levied? GST compensation cess 5 years from the date of implementation of GST. What is the date of implementation of GST? 1st July 2017. You count 5 years, already it is over, correct? But it can be extended for a further period as decided by the council. They extended it. So accordingly they extended it up to 31st March 2026. However, with effect from 1/7/2022, because it got over, the period for levy and collection of compensations has been extended up to 31st March 2026. Just keep that in mind. So that is the date up to which GST compensation cess is applicable, 31st March 2026. Maybe somewhere in MCQ it will be useful. Then come back to the legislative framework, previous page. So from this discussion you tell me how many CGST acts we will be having? 1, because CGST is levied by, whichever is levied by central government, only 1 year. Which are all levied by central government? CGST, UTGST, IGST and compensation cess. So only 1 act. 1 CGST act, 1 UTGST act, 1 IGST act and 1 GST compensation cess act. SGST levied by how many state governments? 28, 29, 28 states. So this Jammu and Kashmir is now divided into Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Union Territory of Ladakh. It is no more a state, so 28 states. Plus there are 3 union territories which are working like a state, which were given partial statehood, which means it will work like a state, means it has an assembly, elections, chief minister and cabinet of ministers, etc. What are those union territories? Recently election happened, result also came, Delhi. Okay, next Pondicherry, next Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, and very recently only election happened in Jammu and Kashmir and Delhi. Jammu and Kashmir BJP lost and Delhi BJP won, correct? Very recently only it happened, these two. Sir, if these two are union territories, how elections will happen? That's what, it is a union territory with state legislature. Then Puducherry. These are the 3 union territories with state legislature, so treat it like a state. So SGST will be applicable. So we have 28 plus 3, 31 SGST Acts. 31 SGST Acts, that is for 28 states and 3 union territories with state legislature, Delhi, Puducherry and Jammu and Kashmir, levied by state government, and union territories with state legislature. Then what are the remaining union territories without state legislature for which UT GST Act is applicable? What are they? Andaman and Nicobar, this side Lakshadweep, that side we have Andaman Nicobar, this side Lakshadweep. Next, Ladakh, just now I told you Jammu and Kashmir got divided into 2, Ladakh 3, then 2 more, Chandigarh and Daman, Diu, Dadra, Nagar Haveli. So this previously were 2 union territories, now they merged into 1. You can see earlier Daman and Diu were 1 union territory and Dadra Nagar Haveli was another union territory. These 2 union territories are merged into single union territory. Accordingly, the meaning of union territory is amended. So we have only 5. Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep, Chandigarh, Ladakh, Daman, Diu, Dadra Nagar Haveli, and UT GST is levied by central government. Understood up to this? Then don't see your book. Please don't see your book. Have a look into this. Illustration 1, look into the screen. Location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Tamil Nadu. What is the nature of supply? Inter or intra? Intra. Type of GST? CGST and SGST. SGST, which SGST? Tamil Nadu SGST. CGST will go to central government, Tamil Nadu SGST will go to state government, Tamil Nadu state government. Then location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Karnataka. Interstate or intra? Inter. Type of GST? Levied by. And what happens to this? Whether there is any 50% sharing? Yes, to Karnataka. 50% will be shared with the consuming state, that is Karnataka. Then next, supplier Jammu and Kashmir, place of supply Ladakh, nature of supply interstate, type of GST IGST. So will there be any sharing? No. Why? Because Ladakh is under whose control? Central government control. So there is no sharing. Why previously sharing, now no sharing? Both are interstate supplies only na? Yes. Remember, whenever there is an interstate supply, only when there is a consuming state, only when there is a consuming state, not union territory, state. State means the 31 states, then only that 50% share will be there. If the consuming place of supply is a consuming union territory without state legislature, 100% will be retained by central government, because there is no state over there. That union territory without state legislature is in turn under the control of central government. Okay, continue further. Supplier Ladakh, place of supply Jammu and Kashmir. Now, intra or inter? Inter. Type of GST? IGST. Will there be any 50% sharing? Yes, because Jammu and Kashmir is a union territory with state legislature. So 50% will be shared with them. Then supplier Ladakh, place of supply Ladakh. Intra. Type of GST? CGST and very good UT GST. Then next, Jammu and Kashmir supplier, place of supply also Jammu and Kashmir. Intra or inter? Intra. Type of GST? CGST plus? Very good, SGST, because Jammu and Kashmir is like a state. So due to that reason SGST is applicable. Then location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Puducherry. Nature of supply? Intra or inter? Inter. Type of GST? IGST. Will there be 50% sharing? Yes, because Puducherry is like a state government. So therefore we need to give 50% to that. Remember, only when the place of supply is a union territory without state legislature, this distribution will not arise, 100% retained by central government. Is that clear? Now look into the next area. Position of goods under GST in comparison to earlier system. So this is after implementation of GST. After implementation of GST, what has happened is what we are discussing. Number one, alcoholic products. There are 3 alcoholic products. For May 25, remember only one product, that is alcoholic liquor for human consumption. If you are appearing for November 25, remember 3 alcoholic products. One is alcoholic liquor for human consumption, denatured extra neutral alcohol, DENA, DENA, denatured extra neutral alcohol, rectified spirit used in manufacture of alcohol. So for May 25 also this can be tested. That's why I am discussing. Listen carefully. Suppose if they give denatured extra neutral alcohol or rectified spirit, you are appearing for May 25. What is your answer? GST payable or GST not payable? Payable. Payable. For May 25 exam on denatured extra neutral alcohol and rectified spirit, GST payable. Only on alcoholic liquor for human consumption, GST not payable. Sir, what is this, sir? This is raw material for making alcohol here. To make alcoholic beverages, we need raw material, na? That raw material is this rectified spirit or denatured extra neutral alcohol. And up to your May 25 attempt, you remember that only alcoholic liquor is non-taxable, means no GST, but the other two, there will be GST. Then what happened? Listen carefully. I am a manufacturer of alcoholic beverage. My outward supply, they are telling that there is no GST. I am selling alcoholic beverage, no GST. But on my raw material, if GST is levied, which means I cannot take credit. Why I cannot take credit? Because my outward supply is not taxable, then I cannot take credit on my inward supply, but I end up paying GST, which is added to my cost. When I am selling something, no GST, why on my purchases there should be GST? Are you getting this? For that reason, they brought in this amendment in Finance Act 2024. But this effective date of Finance Act 2024 amendment is 1/11/2024. For your exam, you are appearing for May 25 exam. May 25 exam. Okay. For your May 25 exam, all the amendments, suppose if you are appearing for CMA June exam, May or June, no change. All amendments up to 31st October 2024, 6 months before your exam, will be applicable. So accordingly, this particular Finance Act amendment comes late by 1 day. 1 day, because of which only it is not applicable for your May 25 exam. Otherwise, it would have been tested. Okay. Then, for those who are appearing for November 25 or December 25, so June 25 for CMA, December 25, all amendments up to 30th April 2025 will be applicable. Up to 30th April 2025. Right now we are in which month? February month. How will I know what are the amendments that comes in March and April? Even February month also we are in the beginning only. I don't know. Okay. And Nirmala Sitharaman is not my mother-in-law to know all those things. You got it? So how will I know? I will not know. So that's the reason why I cannot cover all the amendments which are applicable for November 25, but those amendments which happened somewhere like in November 2024, December 2024, so those things are incorporated now. Okay. But there are some more amendments which are applicable for November 25 exam, which you need to learn. Maybe after April I will put it in your drive. Suppose like whichever drive backup we will be giving, in that you can watch that. Okay. So coming back to this, all the amendments up to 31st October we are covering here in this batch, plus whatever I have discussed now, few things I am discussing, but try to understand what is the effect of it for your exam. So what is the effect? This extra denatured extra neutral alcohol and rectified spirit. If you are appearing for May 25, what is it you need to write? Taxable. GST payable. Don't see alcohol is there, which means non-taxable. No. Only alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Can you give me examples of alcoholic liquor for human consumption? Come on. Yes. Whiskey, brandy, next. Vodka, rum, gin, next. Hey, napa, too much pa. As if you are all good children, you don't know anything. Okay. You don't have anything. Beer and all is not there. Beer is also alcoholic liquor. Okay. See, you discussed big things. Small things you left. Okay. Beer is also alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Yeah. There will be GST on that. or no GST? No GST. No GST. For May 24, November 25, no GST. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, but small alcohol, sir. Small or big, it doesn't matter. Till the time it has alcohol element, there won't be any GST because it comes under alcoholic liquor for human consumption. What about cough syrup containing alcohol? Cough syrup will have alcohol, you know that? Yes, that's the reason why whenever you have cough syrup, now superbly you will sleep, okay? So whether it will be coming under like alcoholic liquor for human consumption, no, yeah, it's a medicinal preparation. It's a medicine. Even though it may contain alcohol, but it's not the alcohol for human consumption. Just because it's a dry day, no idiot will go to medical shop and buy 4 or 5 bottles of cough syrup and drink, na? Mixing and then side dish. No, cough syrup is not for that. They will die if they drink 4 bottles and all. So it may contain alcohol, but it's a medicine. That's the reason why there is GST on that. Only pure alcoholic liquor on human consumption, there is no GST. Got it? You can see that. So these are the 3 alcohol products which you need to remember for November 25 exam students. For those who are appearing for May 25, it is only one product that is not covered under GST. Other 2 are covered under GST. Then on alcohol, if there is no GST, what are the other things which are applicable? There is no GST. Then even today on sale of alcohol, what is that we need to pay? State excise duty. State excise duty will go to state government. CST will go to state government. Value added tax will go to state government. But CST levied by central government, sir, yes. Even though it is levied by central government, but it will be collected and retained by state government. Will there be any movement from one state to another state liquor? You should not move. Okay. You should not move, I should not move. But dealers can move. You understood? Dealers can move. If that be the case, there are many liquor brands which will not be available here. Everything is not manufactured here. Correct? Lot of things are imported in one state and then sold. We have import liquor. Yes. Many brands, Old Monk, Napoleon, Antiquity, Jack Daniels. These are the popular brands which are being imported, and which is imported in one state, then sold in the other state, means there is an interstate movement. You are not supposed to do. You are not supposed to do. But normally dealers can do. If we are supposed to do, daily that would be our business. We will go to Pondicherry, buy there and bring it here and we will sell it. Because here all duplicate liquor only available, all local liquor. Go there, good brands and all available. Bring it here. So 20%, 30% margin. Quit CAR. Who needs CAR? If you are getting CA and thereafter 10 years experience also, you will not earn this much. That much we can earn. But the problem is, it is illegal. We are not supposed to do that. Got it? If that is permitted, it's a better business only. But it is not permitted for us. You need to take the license, etc. and you need to do that. And therefore, interstate movement of liquor, what is the tax that is applicable? CST. But who will collect and retain it? State government. Value added tax within the state sale. Value added tax retained by state government. So one drop also they are not giving to central government. Are you understanding? Completely. I mean, 1 rupee of tax also they are not giving, completely retained by state government. State excise duty, CST and VAT. Then next, look into petroleum products. Here no amendment. Petroleum products, 5 petroleum products. What are they? Crude oil, petrol, diesel. Which diesel? High speed diesel. Not normal diesel, high speed diesel. Okay. So crude oil, petrol, diesel. So here not normal diesel here, high speed diesel. There are 2 types of diesel. High speed diesel. High speed diesel is only excluded from like GST. That is not a taxable, supply, means non-taxable supply. So total 5 petroleum products: crude oil, petrol, high speed diesel, then aviation turbine fuel which is used in the flights, etc. Then natural gas. These are the 5 which are petroleum products. Is there a GST or no GST on that? No GST. Whether this exclusion is temporary or permanent, this exclusion is temporary. Means as and when GST council decide, it may come into the ambit of GST. But alcoholic liquor, no, never. it will never come into the ambit of GST. This exclusion is permanent. Whereas petroleum products, it is temporary. As and when they decide, it will come. I have been telling this for last 5 years. I don't know when they will decide. So, but it is temporary only. Till that time, sir, till that time, as there is no GST on petroleum products, till that time when it comes into GST, what will be the taxes or duties? On manufacture, we need to pay central excise duty, not state excise duty, central excise duty. So, it is collected by central government. And then CST and VAT, that CST and VAT will go to state government. Then tobacco and tobacco products has got a speciality. What is that? GST is applicable? Yes. And old indirect taxes is also applicable? Yes. Which one? Central excise duty. So, which means generally when GST comes, excise duty should not be there because excise duty got subsumed into GST, na? But on tobacco products, even though GST is there, central excise duty is also there. Okay, keep that in mind. And central excise duty, only central excise duty, there is no sales tax, etc. and all. Only central excise duty, no sales tax, only central excise duty, and GST will be applicable. Okay, why? Why, sir? They want to collect more and more duties and taxes because they know it has a price inelasticity, correct? People, because price increases, demand decreases. No, na, it will not happen like that. So, because it is a product, we will not complain. See, if rice and all 5 rupees increase also, we will make a strike, protest, etc. and all. Auto, like petrol, etc. and all, if 1 rupee increase also, we will protest. But have you ever heard in the entire history that people protested for increase in liquor price and increase in tobacco price? No, we will not. Why? Because they know that people will throw stones at them if they do protest for it. Because it's not an essential product and no one will do protest for it. So, due to that reason, you know, they can levy anything they can levy, and they are levying and they are collecting it. Tobacco and tobacco products, apart from that all other goods, there is only GST, there is no old indirect taxes. Is it clear? From this, tell me what are the non-taxable supplies, means no GST at present. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. These two are considered as non-taxable supplies under GST because it is not covered under levy. What about services? This is about the goods. What about services? Almost all services are covered under levy, but few are taxable and few are exempted. Few are exempted and remaining are taxable. You got it? Then, next look into, so one question number 10 in your solve workbook. Say this, why was there a need for making a constitutional amendment for introduction of GST? Discuss significant provisions of Constitution 101st Amendment Act 2016. Like that they have asked one question, but it was for Jan 21, 4 marks they gave a question on this. So, I don't know whether it will be asked again or not, but it's a past exam question. So, usually you have in a question paper, in your question paper, first 30 marks MCQ, that you know. First 30 marks is MCQ, and remaining you need to write 5 questions out of 6 questions. In that, question number 1 is compulsory, which is a 14 marks question. One question completely it is from GST, it's a comprehensive question. That comprehensive questions will have, you know, like all the provisions, value of supply, place of supply, time of supply, input tax credit, exemptions, everything covered only they will give a comprehensive question. That is question number 1, compulsory question. Apart from that, 4 questions you need to write, apart from compulsory questions, 4 out of 5. In this, part A, part B, GST, 5 marks, 5 marks. Part C will be customs, okay, 4 marks. Every question is 14 marks only. Part A and part B, part A and part B will be for 5 marks, 5 marks. Part C will be customs for 4 marks. And your last question, that is 6th question, question number 6, always theory. Question number 6 is always theory. There they will be asking questions like this. Is it clear? So mostly 95% of the cases, the last question will be theory question only. Question number 6. There you can expect some questions of this sort. Why is it useful? Say in question number 2 to question number 5. One question is say like very difficult. It will take a lot of time. As a matter of time management, it's advisable to write the theory question. See, you have to write for 100 marks in 3 hours. Actually, that is a challenge. If you are able to write 100 marks in 3 hours, not just writing the question, attempting the question, not that. Really you are writing, okay. Question number if I write 5 minutes itself, everything will get over, okay. So you have to write, you have to understand and you need to write in a normal, like how exam you write like that. 3 hours, you have to write for 100 marks. That's actually a first challenge, which lot of students find it difficult. And you can just ask the people who already wrote the exam, they will definitely tell you the challenge that is involved because the paper is lengthy. When the paper is lengthy, it will be very, very difficult to attempt for 100 marks, but that should be your first target. When you are attempting for 100 marks, the time management plays a major role. So what you should do is that 6th question you read first. It's a theory question. You know that. Now, you just keep on the back of your mind that 6th question, theory question, you know the answer for it. Now you will go to this question number 2 to question number 5. Suppose if you see one question which you feel like it is going to take a lot of time, because 3 parts will be there. GST 2 parts and customs 1 part, really it may take time. Then better replace question number 6 over there, so you will save the time. And you can attempt for 100 marks, and always there is a chance that if you are attempting for 100 marks, your score will be definitely minimum to minimum 40 plus. 40 plus will be your score, trust me. If you are attempting itself for 80 marks or 70 marks, definitely your score will not be 40 plus, it will be 30 plus. You understood what I am telling? And that's where people will fail in exam. So you should attempt for 100 marks. Then the second will be perfection. See, that perfection only pushes you pushes your score to the next level, like somewhere like 50, 60s, etc. and all. But you should be able to write it. For that reason, the first thing that you need to know is this theory questions also you need to learn. So what's wrong in that? Anyhow, it's a part of the subject, let's learn it. And come what may, it is beneficial for us. Not that you have to write in exam. In case when the paper is so difficult, you can replace the theory question with the practical question so that you can write the exam. Got it? So when you get a question like this, what will you write as the answer? Why was there a need for making constitutional amendment for introduction of GST? Discuss significant provisions of Constitution. 101st Amendment Act. Come on. Why was there a need? Today I told you, na? Union list, state list, and dual GST model, because of which only they made the Constitution Amendment Act 2016, correct? And what are the features you can see? There will be concurrent powers on Parliament and state legislature, levy of IGST on interstate transactions, then principles for determining place of supply. There is something called as place of supply, 2 aspects. Whether a supply is intra or inter depends upon what are the 2 aspects, location of supplier and place of supply. What is place of supply? What is place of supply? Place of supply depends for each and every transaction. It's a technical term. It's not like place of supply means the place where the supply happens. No, not the general meaning. So for one transaction, we have different place of supply. Sometimes location of recipient will be taken as place of supply, sometimes location of supplier will be taken, sometimes location of immovable property, sometimes location where the service is actually performed, sometimes starting point of the passenger, sometimes starting point of the goods, like the different provisions we have for the purpose of place of supply. So that is also determined. Then GST will be levied on all supply except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Then on this petroleum products also, as and when GST council decides, there will be levy of GST. Is it clear? Next, then the union government shall retain the power to levy duties of excise on tobacco products. So far whatever we discussed, that you need to write. You know why I am showing you this question and all? in order to know for which question what answer to write. At least if you know that, you will be able to, because we get a confusion there. What should we write in the exam? So far I discussed something, now all those things you write, if at all you get this. 4 marks is the given. You don't have to write everything. So you write the key points alone, that is sufficient, you will definitely get 4 marks. Okay. But now it will be for 5 marks. It will not be for 4 marks, it will be for 5 marks, because in GST all 5 marks questions only. Only customs will be 4 marks questions. You understood now this one? Yes. Then next, you see this question number 5. So like this I have given the QR codes. So when you scan, the explanation for this question will be there, okay. But this question we will complete. Discuss the leviability of GST or otherwise on the following: alcoholic liquor for human consumption. What is your answer? What will you write? Non-taxable supply, because there is no levy of GST, and don't conclude there, right. However, at present we have state excise duty, CST and VAT on sale of such alcoholic liquor. Next, petroleum crude, diesel, petrol, ATF and natural gas. Till the date it is decided to be subsumed into GST, there is no GST on that, and as and when GST council decides, GST will be applicable, and until that point of time we have central excise duty on manufacture, then CST and VAT on sale of petroleum products. Then tobacco, GST applicable, yes, GST is applicable, and even old indirect taxes, central excise duty is also applicable. Opium, Indian hemp and other narcotic drugs, GST applicable or not applicable? Anywhere in the list we have? No, which means GST is applicable. Is it alcoholic liquor for human consumption? No, but sir, this drugs and all will take us to a different level, like how alcohol, but it is not alcohol, na. You don't have to see the end effect. End effect, even if you drink Fevikwik also, you will get that effect. Fevikwik, you know, Fevikwik. Fevikwik, if you eat that Fevikwik or Fevicol, etc., if you eat, then also you will get the same feeling, okay. Like how alcohol consumption you have the feeling, same feeling you will get. What sir, you consumed or what? No, just general knowledge only. Lot of people will have it, okay, because that will also have the spirit, rectified spirits. Even paint, etc. That's why the smell will be like that. So in paints also they use rectified spirits. Alcohol element will be there in paints, varnishes, Fevicol, etc. But the point is that, you know, this is given in the list of alcoholic liquor or petroleum products. No, it's not alcoholic liquor, it's not a petroleum product. So GST is applicable. What about state excise duty? Yes, we have state excise duty also. But sir, you did not discuss that. I don't have to discuss that, because state excise duty not subsumed into GST first of all. Is it clear? So that will anyhow be there. This is for your information. See the D point alone. Opium, Indian hemp and other narcotic drugs are within the purview of GST. GST is leviable on them. However, state governments have also retained the power to levy excise duty on such products manufactured in India. Resultantly, Indian hemp, opium and other narcotic drugs are subject to GST as well as state excise duties. Got it? Then come back to your revised book. So I gave the references in this book itself, which questions you need to refer. All the questions which I have given in the revised book, so refer, so on, so segment, question number, those are the minimum questions you need to complete in solved workbook. Is it clear? To the extent I will complete, but every question I cannot complete. So you need to do. So what are the questions in solved workbook? That is a first priority for you. Whichever question I gave here as refer these questions in solved workbook, those questions you need to complete first. That's the target number 1. Target number 2, in the solved workbook, if you see at the beginning itself, I have given mighty 200 questions. In index I have given the top 200 questions. Those 200 questions also you need to cover, but out of those 200 questions, already some questions are here. You understood? Means you have to learn only the incremental questions. That is target number 2. Is it clear? Target number 1, All the question references which I gave in the revised book, those questions. Target number 2, the remaining questions in the mighty 200 questions. Then if time permits, you do other questions, otherwise not required, it's okay. But this is minimum. You got it? Coming back to this, ITC, input tax credits. So what is it I told you? What is the meaning of input tax credit? GST paid on inward supplies. So tax paid on inward supplies can be availed as ITC and utilized for payment of GST on outward supplies. So that is the meaning of input tax credit. And here we need to understand two terminologies: availment of credit and utilization of credit. What is the meaning of availment of credit? Taking credit is known as availment of credit. Utilization of credit means set off of credit with the liability. Okay. So basically there is a person. So let's try to understand how it works, that input tax credit concept. Say there is a trader. I am taking trader as an example. There is a trader, and this trader is having some inward supplies. This trader is having some inward supplies and some out GST paid on inward supplies, say price plus GST. Again, this trader is having outward supplies. For these outward supplies, the trader will receive money from the customer. Now, let's take this price as 1 lakh plus GST 12,000. This is on purchase, paid on purchase. What is the entry for this? Paid on purchase, journal entry. Purchase account debit, 1 lakh or 1 lakh 12,000? 1 lakh, because this 12,000 is called as ITC, input tax credit, tax paid on input, input tax credit. This is a receivable, so which means it's your asset, so it should show a debit balance. So come on, reframe the entry. Purchase account debit 1 lakh, ITC account debit 12,000, to supplier account 1 lakh 12,000. So ITC shows a debit balance, means that is your asset. Then outward supply price 1 lakh 50,000 plus GST 18,000. This 18,000 is what? Your liability. This 18,000 is your liability. Can you tell me the entry for this? Debtor account debit 1 lakh 68,000, to sales 1 lakh 50, to GST payable, to GST payable. GST payable is your liability that shows a credit balance, so it is GST payable 18,000. So GST payable shows a credit balance, so now you cancel it, so make a debit. So GST payable account debit 18,000. Now you use the asset to set off. See, this 18,000 is your current liability and that 12,000 is your current asset. You use current asset for payment of your current liability. Are you understanding? So GST payable account debit 18,000, to ITC account, to ITC account, how much? 12,000. Now what is the shortfall? What is it? 6,000. You have to pay. You have to pay. That is the net liability. Is it clear? So this 12,000 you set off against 18,000. Utilized for this 18,000. So thereby the net GST payable, the net GST payable will be 18,000 minus 12,000, that will be 6,000, will be taken as the net GST payable. Is it clear? Are you understanding? So this is what you need to remember. GST paid on inward supplies, that can be taken as credit, and that is availed as ITC, and utilized for payment of GST liability, GST payable on outward supply, that is 18,000 rupees. So that the net GST payable will be 6,000. How we will pay this 6,000? Cash, bank, etc. So the entry will be GST payable account debit 18,000, to input tax credit account 12,000, to bank 12,000, 6,000. Now this is okay, sir. Theoretically, practically what happens? the moment you avail the ITC, where you need to avail this ITC, GSTR 3B. GSTR 3B is the return wherein we need to avail the ITC. Every registered person is required to file GSTR 3B that contains the details of liability as well as input tax credit. So in this 3B, they will take ITC. In this 3B, there is one table called as table 4. In that table 4, they will be availing the ITC. So you can see here, the moment when you look into your GSTR 3B, so 3B, table 4 talks about eligible ITC. So these are the various things that will be, various styles that will be there in GSTR 3B, tax on outward supplies, then supplies notified under 9(5), interstate supplies, eligible ITC, exempt nil and non-GST supplies, interest late fee. In that we need to go to eligible ITC. In that eligible ITC, here we need to enter how much is the ITC that we are eligible to avail. So that is in this example 12,000 rupees. So the moment when you put 12,000 and click on confirm, which means that 12,000 rupees is the ITC availed. Thereafter, it will be going to one ledger called as electronic credit ledger on behalf of every registered person. So GST network will maintain 3 ledgers: electronic credit ledger, electronic cash ledger, and electronic liability ledger. Electronic credit ledger will contain the input tax credit availed, that will be there in electronic credit ledger. Electronic cash ledger, how much ever money that you have to pay will be there in electronic cash ledger. Electronic liability ledger is your liability. So how we report our liability? So there is GSTR 3B as well as GSTR 1. So in both the places we will be reporting our liability. So you can see here, so for example, this particular trader, so he is making some outward supplies. When he is making some outward supplies, he need to report the details of his outward supplies. So he will open GSTR 1. In that GSTR 1, for a B2B invoices, he need to add the B2B invoice, sale to registered person. What is B2B invoice means? Sale to registered person. So just look into this particular example only. I am not deviating out of this example only. First what I told you, he need to take ITC, the trader need to take ITC. How he will take ITC? He will open his 3B. In that 3B, table 4, he will mention how much is ITC available, that is called as ITC avail. Over, the job is done. Then he is making some outward supplies, so means he need to report his liability also. So what is his liability in this case? 18,000. So he need to first add the invoice in GSTR 1. So GSTR 1, we need to go recipient GSTIN, mention the invoice value. What is the invoice value? 1,50,000, and what is the GST? That is 18,000. So click on save, and GSTR 1 is filed. GSTR 1, when the person is filing, he is not required to pay any taxes. He is not required to pay. This is just a statement or a return that contains the details of outward supplies. We don't have to pay any taxes. When we need to pay tax at the time of filing, 3B. Now whatever data that is reported by this trader in GSTR 1 will travel to GSTR 3B in table 3 as his liability, but here not invoice wise, in total it will be shown. In total, whatever is the total liability, that will be shown here. Is it clear? So which means here what will come? Only that 18,000 will come. Invoice wise we don't have to add, that is already added in GSTR 1, that will be coming in this place, 18,000. So carefully listen what has happened. This particular trader has reported, in electronic liability ledger, so 18,000. How that 18,000 will come? He reported in GSTR 1, that will come to table 3 of GSTR 3B, which means it will be his liability shown in the electronic liability ledger. Debit or credit? Liability is generally what? Credit. But as they maintain your ledger, it will be debit. So 18,000, got it? They maintain your ledger. So always contra, like your passbook, cash book. So whenever you deposit in your cash book, it will be debit, but in passbook it will be credit, like that. Okay. Now thereafter, electronic credit ledger. So first, the moment you file your, this trader has filed his GSTR 1. This trader has filed his GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. Based on GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B, his liability ledger gets updated by 18,000. Is that clear? And based on his GSTR 3B, his credit ledger gets updated to what extent? 12,000. So this ITC is asset or liability? Asset. That should show a debit balance, but they are maintaining. So therefore, credit 12,000 electronic credit ledger. Now what is the shortfall? Respond here. What is the shortfall? 6,000. So in table 3, we reported our liability 18,000. In table 4, we reported, the trader has reported the ITC of 12,000. Now when we click on confirm and proceed for payment, so now we have to make the payment of tax. So you can see here, so all the interest details, etc. Proceed to payment. So we need to click on proceed to payment. When we click on proceed to payment, there should be some balance in the cash ledger, because the 6,000 has to be paid now. So that 6,000 we should deposit into cash ledger. So that 6,000 needs to be deposited into cash ledger. Whenever you deposit into cash ledger, it is debit or credit? For you debit, as they maintain the ledger, so it will be credit. Is it clear? So electronic credit ledger, electronic cash ledger, electronic liability ledger. Understood how it came practically? Respond here. So how 18,000 got updated in electronic liability ledger? What is ELL? Electronic liability ledger. How 18,000 got updated here? GSTR 1 filed by the supplier. So he will report his liability in GSTR 1 as well as in GSTR 3B. So that's where it will come into liability ledger. Next, electronic credit ledger, how this 12,000 came? The same trader, he will take his 3B and he will mention as to what is the ITC that he availed. So it will come into 12,000 electronic credit ledger. What is the shortfall? 6,000 he need to pay, so that he need to deposit into his cash ledger. So he will deposit. Now for payment he will make a debit. So for payment he will make a debit. So 6,000, 12,000 he will make a debit. The moment that person makes a debit of 6,000 and 12,000, in electronic liability ledger it will be auto populated. So debit side, credit side same, the payment is done. Is it clear? Understood? So the payment will be done here. So click on proceed to payment. Thereafter the payment summary and all will be generated, and finally we will make the payment and submit. That is the meaning of tax paid. Is it clear? So what are the three terminologies you should be knowing here? Say this. Availment of ITC first. What is the meaning of availment of ITC? Taking credit. Where we take the credit? In GSTR 3B. Okay. Then utilization of ITC. What is utilization of ITC? Adjusting ITC with our liability. That is known as utilization of ITC. Where we do utilization of ITC? Same 3B. Same 3B. Sometimes we will avail the ITC in excess. That has to be reduced. That is called as reversal of ITC. Is it clear? Availment of ITC, utilization of ITC, reversal of ITC. Availment of ITC means taking credit. Utilization of ITC means set off with the liability. Reversal of ITC means reducing the ITC wrongly availed. Where we will do all these three things in GSTR 3B. Got it? You can see here how reversal of ITC will happen in 3B. So you can look into the table 4. In the table 4, eligible ITC, you can see ITC available A, B you can see ITC reversed. Can you see that? ITC reversed. So whatever you mention as ITC reversed, so that gets reduced from the ITC avail, and the balance is the net ITC available. So net ITC available, for example 57,090, suppose 2,000 if I mention as ITC reverse, 5,090 will be the net ITC available. Understood? So that is known as reversal of ITC. So all these availment of ITC, utilization of ITC, and reversal of ITC happens in GSTR 3B. Now see this, GST paid on inward supplies can be availed as ITC and utilized for payment of GST on outward supplies. Availment of credit means taking credit. How we will take credit? Through 3B. Utilization of credit, adjusting credit or set off of credit with the GST liability. How that happens? That is also through 3B. And there is one more terminology, reversal of ITC. You write down that. What is reversal of credit? Reversal of credit. Reversal of credit means what? Reducing ITC availed is known as reversal of credit. How it will happen? That is also through GSTR 3B. That is also through GSTR 3B, reversal of credit. Okay. Thanks to your effort, I was able to grasp most of the GST concept, which ultimately helped me to secure third rank in Kerala PSC exam for the post of state tax officer. Congrats here. So we just relayed this today's lecture in YouTube as a demo. Okay. So one student got super here, super. So you are Kerala state tax officer. Okay. Anything if it is there, I'll let you know. And required, no. Then, so that is about this availment of ITC, utilization of ITC, reversal of ITC. Is that clear? Understood practically how it happens? Now, I want to add one more point into this discussion. That is, sir, I will avail the ITC, so in GSTR 3B, and that is in table number 4. Whatever number I like, can I put it there? Whatever number I like, can I mention it there? No, I should not. It is based on my GSTR 2B. What is this GSTR 2B? That is, if I am purchasing, some other idiot is selling, that person who is selling, he will report in his GSTR 1. Are you getting this? If I am purchasing, someone is selling. So the seller will report it in his GSTR 1. Based on the GSTR 1, it will be coming in GSTR 2B. When it comes in GSTR 2B, that much only can be taken as ITC by me. Is it clear? Where in GSTR 3B. Again I am repeating, my supplier will report the details of outward supplies in GSTR 1. Based on that, I will get the data in GSTR 2B. Based on my 2B, whatever is there, that much only can be availed as ITC in 3B. This is what you learnt so far, correct? Now a slight change here. Your supplier will be filing GSTR 1. Based on your supplier's GSTR 1, that is, as soon as he adds the invoices in GSTR 1, there is a IMS portal, Invoice Management System portal, which they have newly added. In this Invoice Management System portal, based on your supplier's GSTR 1, you will be getting all the invoices. You have 3 options: accept, reject, pending. Okay, 3 options you have. All your purchases, as soon as your suppliers file in GSTR 1, will be coming into your IMS portal, Invoice Management System portal. Okay, there is something called as IMS portal. So that is, you need to just go through into it, Invoice Management System. So like this it will be, wherein every invoice you will be able to see, IMS dashboard. In this IMS dashboard, all your purchase invoices you will be able to see. What if invoice is not coming here? Respond. What if invoice is not coming here? Means your supplier idiot has not filed. So what you should do? Ask your bonded labor to follow up. You understood? Your bonded labor in the sense, okay, fine, your chartered accountant's bonded labor. The person will have one CA, na? That CA office. In CA office, lot of article students will be there who work for 2,500, 3,000 rupees like slaves. So we can ask them for the purpose of what? Doing the follow-up. Follow-up with what? With the supplier to add the invoices. If required, even this bonded labor will take their username, password, and they will log in and add invoice also. You understood? Clear? So, I don't know here. When will you wake up? You understood? So, therefore, I am not actually insulting you. I mean it. I mean it. Okay. Not with intention, but with a sarcasm. So please try to wake up. You are being exploited here. You are being exploited. Know it. Know the reality that you are being exploited. And at least hardly next year you are going to become members. Yes or no? You will clear na May 25. No, November 25. Just because sir is telling November 25 amendments, okay, if not May, November, no. With that intention I did not tell. I am telling that because some students might be writing their attempt in November 25 for that reason. So May 25, final, that's it. No more looking back, etc. and all. Okay, do or die situation. You have to. And May 25 you are writing, you will get the membership. So by next year you are going to become members. And definitely you will have the voting right, etc. and all. Like normal people don't take money and vote. Okay. So think you are educated people, vote to some good people who just bring a change in the system wherein this articleship should be abolished, okay, or minimum stipend should come in the articleship. What is that? First year 15,000 per month, second year 20,000 per month. You got it? Minimum. Say maybe metropolitan cities like this, cosmopolitan cities lesser than that, like 12,500, and tier 3 etc. and all. So 10,000, 12,500, this range. But minimum stipend guidelines should be coming. Already CMA Institute released. CMA Institute already released. They gave guidelines and all like this. Minimum this much you pay, then take the training. Otherwise, don't take the training. Don't recruit. So you don't have to recruit any person by giving 2,500, 3,000. Sir, this office boy is laughing at us, sir. He will get a message. 12,500 credited. He will look at us and laugh, sir. Too much. Minimum wages act is also not applicable to us, sir. Okay. So something really needs to be done. That's why I said. Now what happens? This follow-up mechanism is more now wherein we need to follow up with our suppliers if they have not filed the invoices at all, not added the invoices at all. So they need to add invoices. Now you will get like this. Now you have three options: accept, reject, pending. Accept, okay. Why reject? Wrong details. Wrong details. So otherwise, if it is not your invoice, also you will happily accept because ITC you will get na. Wrong details. Wrong details in the sense like they are mentioning 1 lakh, but they charged us 18%, but they are mentioning 1 lakh into 12%, 12,000 is only there. Now you reject it, don't accept. Reject it and then pending. Why pending? Any one reason? No, then it is reject. Why pending? Not pertaining to this month. Don't take it this month. Example, there is one condition for availment of ITC. Only when you actually receive the goods or services, you should take ITC. Just because you got an invoice, you should not take ITC. For example, invoice is pertaining to January, but you have received the goods or services in February. So when you should take the credit? Only in February. Don't take it in Jan. So which means for Jan month, it will come in your dashboard, but you should be keeping it as pending. Are you getting this? And some other conditions also which we will be learning in input tax credit. Due to that reason, we will do pending. So we will take the ITC at a later point of time, or we have a doubt whether we can avail or not this ITC. You know that it's a blocked credit. What will you do? Reject. Blocked credits means ineligible credits. There are some invert supplies on which you are not supposed to take credit at all. That is called as blocked ITC. You will do reject. And suppose you know some invert supplies which are used for exempted outward supplies, reject. If you are having some invert supplies which are used for non-business purpose, personal purpose, but it may come because portal don't know na, whether it is for your personal purpose etc. or not. You understood? Because one of my relative took my GSTIN and he purchased a washing machine. He went to one electronic shop. He has my GSTIN. My GSTIN everyone will have. If you search, you will get. GSTIN is an open number, yeah. Any person's GSTIN, easily it is available. So therefore, he knows my GSTIN, and because relative, no need to ask permission. So right royally, he has purchased it and he gave my GSTIN, and thereafter it is coming, Saravana stores like that. I got a doubt. Saravana stores, what would I have purchased in Saravana stores? I would not have purchased anything, because whatever is required for my business, no way Saravana stores is connected. Okay, but maybe my staff would have purchased, etc. and all. I checked with them. They said, no sir, we did not buy anything. Because if we buy also, maybe some furniture, lot of small things, 40,000 rupees worth of product, what I would have purchased. Then I came to know that idiot has purchased the washing machine and he has given my GSTIN. Had I accepted, the next month department will come to my place. Will ask, show me where is washing machine. Sir, washing machine. I can prove that it is used for business. I can tell, sir, like lot of clothes, etc. and all will be there, sir. Office related, business related. So to wash that I purchase washing machine. I can prove that it is for business. Or maybe we are giving blankets and all for the students, sir. So that to wash that we have purchased, some way we can explain, but the washing machine should be there here. If it is there, I can prove that it is used for business. If it is not in this building, how can I prove it is for business purpose? Are you understanding this? This is called as inward supply used for non-business purpose. Can we enjoy the ITC? No, we cannot. So that should be rejected. But I have a doubt whether I can take ITC or I should not take ITC. Then where I will keep it under pending, and I will take an opinion from my chartered accountant as to whether I can take ITC. He gives me an opinion. Thereafter, I will be able to take ITC. That's why we will keep it in pending. Is it clear? Next. Then it will come into 2B. Previously 1 means 2B, but 1 to 2B there is a filter now. What is that? This IMS. Thereafter it will come in your 2B. Once it comes in your 2B, then you will be able to take ITC in your 3B. Understood? That's an amendment here, which we will be discussing in returns chapter. This discussion again comes in returns chapter, but I am just giving you the basics related to this. So we will take a break and we will continue with the remaining portion after break. Okay, so 15 minutes enough? Yes, we'll take a break for 15 minutes and we'll continue with this. Okay, we'll start. So this whatever daily handwritten notes which I am doing, I'll share it in the drive to you. So you will be receiving a drive link. I think already you would have got in your mail, you can check. In that drive link there will be backup lectures. What is the software that you need to download to watch the backup lectures? Plus this lecture notes, daily lecture notes, plus the schedule like Excel sheet that contains the daily lecture schedule, that will be given to you. Okay. So even if you miss writing anything, don't worry. So it will be there. I'm not making you write because already lot of information is there in the book. Apart from that, when you write, you feel like should we read even in addition for that? That's why. Okay. Whichever is really required, I'll make you write. You can see here continuation to this. Please look into page 4. I'm importing some goods. On import, I have to pay customs duty, and in addition to customs duty, I need to pay even IGST. So because I told you we had CVD and SAD, two additional customs duties called as CVD and SAD. That CVD and SAD is now subsumed into GST. So on import, we need to pay basic customs duty, IGST, and even something called as social welfare surcharge. So I'm just giving you what are all the various customs duties that we are required to pay. If you observe, customs duties, various customs duties payable. We have something called as basic customs duty, BCD. BCD refers to basic customs duty that we need to pay, and then social welfare surcharge, that also we need to pay. Then IGST and compensation cess. This is also payable on import of goods. Is it clear? On import of goods, we need to pay basic customs duty, social welfare surcharge, IGST and GST compensation cess. These are the general customs duties. Whereas some additional customs duties also we have called as anti-dumping duty, safeguard duty, and anti-subsidy duty. Like that we have some additional customs duties as well. So there are a lot of customs duties actually. Out of many customs duties, one is IGST and GST compensation cess, which is to counterbalance CVD and SAD. This is what you need to remember at this stage. There are many customs duties, but out of these many customs duties, only one is eligible for ITC. Which one is eligible for ITC? This IGST and GST compensation cess alone is eligible for ITC. So can basic customs duty be taken as input tax credit? No. Social welfare surcharge or anti-dumping duty, safeguard duty, anti-subsidy duty, can all these be taken as credit? No. On import of goods, only one can be taken as ITC. What is that? IGST. Say this. IGST paid on import can also be availed as ITC, but basic customs duty and social welfare surcharge paid cannot be availed as ITC. The next point. If my outward supply is 0, can I take ITC on my inward supply? No, I cannot take. That is exempted. If my outward supply is exempted, I cannot take ITC on my inward supply. However, if my outward supply is 0 rated, I can take ITC on my inward supply. See these 2 points. Carefully listen. If my outward supply is taxable, I can take ITC on my inward supply, no doubt. Always ITC available. But when my outward supply is exempted, ITC not available with respect to inward supplies. Why is it so? Because when my outward supply is exempted, example, I am manufacturing a product which is exempted. I am not going to pay any tax. On purchase of the raw material used in that product, on raw material whatever GST paid also I cannot take ITC because I am not going to pay any GST in outward. So I will not be getting credit on inward. Is it clear? However, when my outward supply is 0 rated, I can take ITC on my inward supply. What is 0 rated? the burden of GST will become 0, but the tax rate is not 0. The burden will become 0. When the burden will become 0, there are two cases where my burden will become 0. Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services to SEZ. In these two cases, my burden of GST will become 0. That is called as zero rated supplies. Is that clear? And so this zero rated discussion, again we will be discussing in IGST chapter, charge under IGST, but just write down what are zero rated supplies: exports and supplies to SEZ. Exports and supplies to SEZ is known as zero rated supplies. So when my outward supply is zero rated, can I take ITC on inward supplies? Yes. But when my outward supply is exempted, I cannot take ITC on inward supply. What is the meaning of zero rated? The burden will become 0. And what are the zero rated supplies? What are the zero rated supplies? Only two: exports and supplies to SEZ. Okay. And discussion related to this we will come across in charge under IGST. Just a reference point here we have got. Then look into GST Council, next para. See, in this introduction chapter we are learning the basics of everything, okay, but these basics may or may not be asked in exam, but without learning these basics we will not be able to learn the other things. These are some fundamental things, okay. So GST Council, what is the type of GST that we have? Dual GST model. Dual GST model means who will levy? Both central government and state government will levy, which means the decision related to GST should be taken by only CG or only SG or both CG and SG, both CG and SG. But how they can take? For that purpose they created one council called as GST Council. In that GST Council there will be central government representation also, state government representation also. Together they take the decisions related to GST. So GST Council is basically a decision making body of GST. Say this. It is a constitutional authority, not a government authority. What is the difference between constitutional authority and government authority? Constitutional authority means it is created under the constitution. It will derive its powers from the articles in the constitution. Whereas government authority means there will be one act. Under that act, they will create the authority. For example, so Chartered Accountants Act 1949. Under that they created ICAI, you understood. Same way SEBI Act will be there, under that they will create SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India. Like that government authority will be deriving its powers, roles, responsibilities through the act, which is enacted in the parliament. But constitutional authority is not like that. Constitutional authority will derive the powers from the constitution. Accordingly, Article 279A of the Constitution gives the powers for GST Council. Okay, what is the article here? You need to remember 279A of the Constitution. And who will constitute this GST Council? President of India. And who is the chairman of this council? Union Finance Minister. So Nirmala Chechi is the Union Finance Minister. She is the chairman. And from quite a long time, last what, 10 years, even more than that. So she will be, even Congress comes into ruling also, she will only become finance minister. It is the decision making body of GST and they give recommendations on important issues. So what is that? GST Council is a decision making body of GST and they give recommendations on important issues. That's where in law many places you will see the central government may issue notification on the recommendations of GST Council. So all the powers are delegated to central government and state government, but everywhere they say on the recommendations of GST Council. Sir, recommendation means what, sir? I will also give you lot of recommendation. What does it mean? It is up to me not to follow or not follow, but the reality is not that. When the recommendation is given, we have to mandatorily follow. You got it? I don't know then why recommendation is the word used. Okay, it should be some other word. Recommendation means it is optional, na? But it is not optional. Everyone will follow. Everyone should follow. They give recommendations on important issues like rates. Who will decide the rates? GST Council will decide the rates. How much rate should be levied on what product, etc. decided by GST Council. Sometimes they reduce, many times they increase. Okay. So recently also these interactive boards are there, interactive boards. In schools and all you would have seen smart boards. On that the rate has been increased to 28%. 28% they have increased the rate from 18%, 18% GST to 28% GST. TV is also 28% it came, you know that? Smart TVs and all now 28% is the rate of GST. So they can increase. Sometimes they reduce also. Sometimes they reduce the rate of GST, maybe from 18% they may reduce to 12%, etc. and all. So the rates related discussion or decision is done by GST Council. Next, exemptions. From time to time they come out with the exemptions and they withdraw the existing exemptions and make it taxable. That power is also with them. Complaints, procedure to be followed. See, for November 24 when you learnt about ITC to now, there is a change. You understood? Like that every 6 months we will change something. We don't like to keep it normal because people should not understand things now. So therefore we will complicate and we will confuse them. For the sake of that we will keep on changing. So one system we will not keep. For one attempt, one system has changed. You know, good only. For indirect tax faculties like me, it is good only. But reality, people are crying actually. So this complaints, change in the complaints from time to time. So all these are the areas where they do the decisions. And it will have 33 members. How 33 members? 31 states, one MLA representation, that is one minister. Who will become minister? Finance minister or education minister, youth minister, like that. Who will become? MLA only will become. Correct or not? MLA of that particular state who may be having influential position or by birth, etc., they will become, minister. When they become minister, they can make a representation for each and every state. So 31 states, 31 ministers. Usually finance ministers. Usually finance ministers, because other ministers may not have the power, like knowledge, etc. and all. That's why finance minister. Sir, deputy chief minister can make a representation. First of all, a position like that called deputy chief minister is not there as per constitution. Got it? So that's why only minister, no deputy, only minister. Okay. Next, second, 31 over, 2 more left. Union finance minister. And in the union ministry, union finance ministry, there will be MOS, Minister of States. Whenever the department is so big, finance department is big, so crucial department, there will be 2 MPs. One is union finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. Then one more person will also be there in that, called as Minister of States, support, to do the support. So don't think in one ministry there will be only one minister. There is a possibility of 2 also. Finance department, that is finance ministry, we have one more minister, MOS. MOS finance, Minister of State Finance. What they will do? They will coordinate with the union territories. Union territories and states, they will do the coordination. You got it? But of course, Union Finance Ministry is the supreme, but below that there will be one more person also. So these 2 people, got it? So one Union Finance Minister, one Union Minister of State Revenue, that MOS for Union Territories, and 31 State Finance Ministers. And what is a quorum? Quorum means what? Minimum number that should be present in order to call a meeting as a valid meeting. What is a quorum? What is that? Minimum number, 50%. 50% means total 33. 33, 50%, 16.5. So 17 members should be present. Now I have a doubt, sir, all the 17 state finance ministers join together, can they take a decision that GST is abolished from today? No. That decision cannot be taken. That decision cannot be taken. Union Finance Ministries must. Chairman, that's where they gave a position. You understood? Sir, what if Union Finance Minister fell sick and she is not available? So far it did not happen. So far it did not happen, and touch wood, it should not happen. She should live long. Okay. She should live long. Amazing personality are she. See, recently also lot of benefits she gave in the budget, wherein 12,75,000 till that, no need to pay income tax and all. So she is actually good woman. Only thing we are confusing actually, she is a good lady actually. She should stay. Maybe health and all normal, na fever and all normal. If it happens, then what will happen? She authorizes the another union MP to become the chairman. But all the state ministers together cannot convene a meeting, impossible. So if they convene a meeting, long back itself GST would have been rest in peace, okay. So but that facility is not there. One union finance minister, one union minister of state revenue, minimum 50%, that is 17 members. But again, voting, there is a weighted voting. So don't think all the GST things are because of union finance minister only. Many times we think that it is because of Nirmala Sitharaman only the situation is like that. No, not actually. She is just the starter. She is the starting point, but she don't have the complete decision to take, because see the central government vote. What is the weight of central government vote? 1/3. 2/3 state governments have been given. Means even if she decides anything also is of no use without the state government support. Then whom we should question? The state finance ministers who go to the GST council meeting and sit and take the decision. We need to question them, but we will not question them. Why we will not question them? Because they play football match with us. They will say we have not done anything, they only did. And she will tell where from I have the decision. So it is only the state finance ministers. You got it? Ultimately everyone is responsible. So central government 1/3 weight and state government will have 2/3 weights. And what is the weighted majority that is required? 3/4 weighted majority is required, which means to take any decision, there should be 3/4 majority, means what? 75%, like a special resolution, that much majority is required. These are the key points you need to remember. So what is the majority that is required? 3/4 weighted majority. What is the weighted vote? Central government weighted vote 1/3, state government 2/3. Quorum 50%. How many members in total? 33. Who will be the chairman? Union finance minister. What is the article which gives the power? 279A. Got it? Next. Other points to remember. Which is the first country in the globe to implement GST? Definitely not India, it is France. France became the first country to implement GST. So, but we have from quite a long time, yes, we had tax, not GST. We had tax, multiple taxes. So, if at all there is any title that we need to give, which country has more number of taxes? India. That is first. We only created that. But GST, France has created first. And from which country we copied? Already I told you. Brazil and Canada. And who implemented GST? Like who gave the recommendations or who gave the idea, thought process of implementing GST in India? Dr. Kelkar Task Force. All the GST faculties who are taking classes, daily morning they should get up and pray to Dr. Kelkar, okay? This task force, had they have not done today, many people would have become unemployed. You understood? Including me, got it? So, Dr. Kelkar Task Force recommended the implementation of GST in India. And what is the effective date of implementation of GST? Already we know 1/7/2017. Then there is one more called as GST network. GST network, see, compared to old indirect taxes to new indirect taxes, that is GST, the main difference that we can find is about multiplicity of taxes got subsumed into one tax, and state government, central government, even though they have levy separately, but the connecting point should be same, because practically you cannot pay tax separately to them. See, you cannot pay CGST separately, SGST separately, separate registration, separate returns. Actually this thought is so nice to think, because as a consultant, as a professional, etc. and all, amazing fees, 1 month 2 returns. If it is CGST separate return, SGST separate return, IGST separate return, wow, full festival only in our life. You understood? One return you charge 2,000, 3,000 also, life settled here, you got it. But the problem is, we will not file that many returns, na, practically not possible. So there should be a unified interface, wherein all the returns will be filed in one place, all the taxes will be paid in one place, so that they segregate between the center and states. Same way, we have the concept of matching of credit. What is matching of credit? Whatever we are purchasing, it is cross verified with the sales made by the other person. That's what I told you, 2B. Our supplier will report the details in GSTR1 and it will be given to us in 2B. That much only we can take, means whatever purchase invoice we have, we cannot take ITC. So this matching has to be done, which means a system should be in place. That system is called as GST network. Got it? This GST network is a information technology infrastructure provider for the implementation of GST. They connect taxpayers, central government, state government and other stakeholders for implementation of GST. Who are the other stakeholders? Banks and agents. GST network will have agents, Suvidha providers who do filing of returns, then application service providers who will be providing you the connection, API plugin between your accounting software and the GST portal. Okay, all these people are the stakeholders. So these people will be using GST network. You can see it provides information technology infrastructure for implementation of GST. It is referred to as common portal and provides service to taxpayers, central government, state government, banks and other stakeholders. Is it a government authority or not? Yes, it's a government, 100% government authority. It's 100% government owned entity where central government owns 50% and state governments own 50%. So usually we get confused between government authority and government entity. Actually both are same, but there is a slight difference. Both are enacted under an act of parliament or state legislature. Both government body, government authority or government entity. Government authority also government has invested greater than or equals to 90%. Government entity also government has invested greater than or equals to 90%. But the difference is, this one is established, government authority is established to carry out the functions under constitution, whereas government entity is to promote commerce, trade, business, etc. That's the difference. Okay, but both are coming under government only. So it's a 100% government owned entity, 50% is owned by central government, remaining 50% by all states together. And what are the works that it will do? It will facilitate registration, payment of tax, filing of returns and settlement of IGST, e-way bill, etc. These are the functions. For example, first work is what? Registration. After registration, what's the next work? Filing of returns and payment of taxes. Then settlement of IGST between the center and states. So all these works will be done by them, and there is a concept called as e-way bill, e-invoice, etc. that will also be done through the portal. This is called as a common portal. If you get a theory question like write a short note on common portal, you need to write this information only. Okay, so this GST network is also known as common portal. Common portal under GST. Got it? Then, so with this introduction is over. Now we are moving on to the second segment, that is supply under GST. Actually from here only your study material starts. So they have given, and so far whatever information that is there, it is there in your study material chapter number 1 as appendix. They have given it as appendix, and I gave here the chapter references also. You can see here. So if you are doing ICI chapter reference page number, the beginning page index, you can see. So I have given the ICI chapter reference and ICMA chapter reference. So as you might be knowing that this portion is common for CA and CMA. Indirect taxes, there is no change except for 2 chapters. That 2 chapters I gave below as appendix. CMA other topics, appendix A. Apart from that, everything else is same. And there are few chapters which are not there for CMA final students, like this segment 11 invoice, segment 12 registration, like that. Wherever it is not applicable means it's not there. Okay, but remaining chapters are same, every portion is same, there is no difference. and I have also given the ABC analysis, but this ABC analysis kindly don't follow. You understood? Don't follow at this juncture. Right now we need to prepare all the subjects. Thereafter when you do the revision, for revision purpose it's okay. This is not for preparation. For preparation you need to learn everything. For the purpose of revision, like when you are revising, in which order you need to give importance for the chapters, you can do this. Okay, that too, order of importance. Ultimately you need to revise everything and go for exam. Okay, then so we are moving on to segment 2, supply under GST. Why supply is relevant? Supply is the taxable event under GST. Okay, so suppose if an activity is not a supply, we are not required to pay GST. So the levy is about this supply, and this supply is broadly divided into 4. 7(1) supply includes. So this section 7 is of which act? CGST Act. All the provisions that we are learning in this GST is of CGST Act only. If I have not given any act reference, it is CGST Act. SGST Act we are not going to learn and we will never learn. Why? CGST Act copy paste is SGST Act. There is nothing new. So that is Control C. CGST Act Control A, select all, Control C, copy, Control paste, find central government, replace with state government. That is SGST Act. Is it clear? So here whatever section 7, there also section 7. Here section 9, there also section 9. There is no difference. So due to that reason, SGST Act you don't have to learn. IGST Act we have few sections. So those few sections only I will stress upon, that it is IGST Act. Otherwise any section that you remember will be of which act? CGST Act. So section 7 will be of CGST Act. Look into this. Section 7 subsection 1 includes. Subsection 1A, classification of supply into goods or services. Why we need to classify an activity of supply into goods or services? Because there will be difference in provisions. Sometimes the rates will change. Example, you are giving me cloth and I am doing stitching. So now if it is supply of goods, then the rate applicable to garment should be taken. If it is supply of services, then for stitching I collect some job work charges. So the processing charges, on that I need to pay GST. So therefore it differs. The rates differs. The provisions differs. Due to that reason, once an activity becomes supply, it should be divided into goods or services. Next, even exemptions also will differ. RCM also will differ. So we have different set of provisions between goods and services. That's why we need to do this classification. Then 7 subsection 2 talks about exclusion from the meaning of supply. There are some activities which are not at all treated as supply, that is given in 7 subsection 2. Then we have 7 subsection 3. So once we have classified supply of goods, a transaction as supply of goods, government on the recommendations of council is empowered to reclassify it as supply of services and vice versa. Are you getting? So we are classifying a transaction as supply of goods, they can rechange it to services. We are classifying an activity as services, they can change it to supply of goods. Whether they have done anything of that sort, so far no. Which means section 7 subsection 3 is practically not applicable, because we don't have any notification in this regard. Central government on the recommendations of GST council empowered to notify supply of goods as service and vice versa, practically it is not applicable. You don't have to remember 7 subsection 3. What you need to remember is only 7(1), 7(1)(a) and 7 subsection 2. Got it? Now look into 7 subsection 1, inclusions. So in this 7 subsection 1, so 3 subsections you need to remember. 7 subsection 1, inclusions. 7 subsection 2, exclusions. 7 subsection 1 capital A, classification into goods or services. So should we remember the subsection also? Please, please. Reason, these are the core sections on which the entire GST is built. So at least some standard sections in detail you should be learning. Okay. So here please learn which subsections, because without quoting this section you will not be filling CA final IDT paper, because supply is the taxable event. Somewhere or other you have to give the reference to this supply for that reason. Okay. 7 subsection 1 inclusion, 7 subsection 2 exclusion, 7 subsection 1 capital A, classification into goods or services. Right now we are discussing 7 subsection 1. In that 4 points we have clause A, AA, B and C. Look into clause A. What does it say? Any activity in the nature of debts RLL for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. What is the debts RLL? You can see here D for disposal. Same page you can see on the right, extreme right side, D for disposal, exchange, barter, transfer, sale, rental, license, lease. So what is the meaning of disposal? Sir, I have an asset or some goods which I don't want to use it. It may not have that much of economic life, like scrap, waste, etc. When I am selling, I use the word disposal. Sale, normal. Normally when we transfer the property from one person to another person, it is called as sale. So you understood the difference between sale and disposal? What is the difference between sale and transfer? Certain times there may be a transaction which may not satisfy the meaning of sale. Even then it will be coming under supply because transfer. Example, compulsory acquisition. In case of compulsory acquisition, there is no intention between the parties to sell and buy, but mandatorily out of force they are forced to give. That is called as transfer. That is compulsory acquisition. Relinquishment, extinguishment, like that you would have studied in capital gains, lot of transfers. And transfer otherwise than in pursuance of contracts, that is like there is no prior contract, but because of damage to the property or loss to the property, the sale will happen. Example, you purchased the latest mobile, some iPhone 16 Pro Max, and you were keeping, and what happened? So I just went by that way and I hit you. Because of it the whole phone fell down. Now what you will ask? It's okay sir, no issue. No, saradu more avadu first. So take that mobile and pay me whatever money. I don't have intention to buy your iPhone. You don't have the intention to sell your iPhone, but the sale is happening now here. That is what? Otherwise than in pursuance of contract. All these will come under transfer. So transfer is a broader term. So transfer is also given there, sale is also given, disposal is given. Then what is barter? Exchange of goods for goods or goods for services, services for services. For example, I will give you 100 bags of paddy. In return, you will be giving me 50 bags of wheat. That is an example of barter. Then exchange. Barter is also exchange. Then what is exchange? Because that word is also there. You can see exchange is also there. Exchange is usually used in the context of partly payment by money and partly by exchange of other goods. For example, you go to a showroom, you want to buy a new TV, you exchange your old TV and pay some 20,000 rupees and get a new TV. That is called as exchange. Okay. So D for disposal, E for exchange, B for barter, T for transfer, S for sale. Then RLL, R for rental, means I am not giving you the title, I am just giving you the right to use. So I have a property, immobile property or movable property, for example car I have, or a land or building I have, I am giving you the right to use it. That is called as rental. Then what is the difference between rental and lease? Rental and lease, short term, long term, that is the difference. If it is for a short term, it is called as rental. If it is for a long term, it will be called as lease. Then what is license? This rental and lease is in the context of a tangible property, but intangible property also will be there, copyright, trademark, patents, etc. I may give you the right to use that, then it will be coming under license. License fees means what? Royalty. So whenever I am having a copyright, I give it to you, for which you will pay me the license. Whether these activities are only called as supply? No. Again read 7.1a. Read 7.1a. What does it say? Any activity for a consideration. So any activity in the nature of these activities, correct? Any activity, okay, any activity in the nature of this, means not only these activities, such as, in the law they use the word such as, which means these are the illustrative list. So any activity in the nature of these activities will come, got it? But what are the conditions for supply under 7.1a? For a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Now I am taking classes to you. Is it supply under 7.1a? Why? Activity, consideration in the course or furtherance of business. You are listening to classes. Is it supply? Why? Activity, you are listening. Consideration, you are not paid for that. You are only paying. Correct? There is no consideration. Is it clear? Then you sell your old mobile through OLX. You sold your old mobile through OLX. Is it supply? 71A. Yes or no? Why? Very good. Even though there is a sale activity, consideration is there, but not in the course or furtherance of business. If you start a second-hand mobile shop business and if you sell it, yes, it will come in the course or furtherance of business. Are you understanding this? So, any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business, it will become supply. Once it becomes supply, should we pay GST? Wait, boss, wait. Just because it is a supply, we will not pay GST. It should become supply. That is the first criteria. Second criteria, it should become taxable supply. Taxable supply. Then, who will pay GST? Whether it is FCM or RCM. FCM means forward charge mechanism, I know. What is the meaning? Forward charge mechanism means who will pay GST to government? Supplier will pay GST to government. Now, I collected some fees from you. With GST or without GST? With GST. Who is having liability to pay? Supplier or recipient? Liability to pay to government. Supplier. It is called as forward charge. Is it clear? If it is reverse charge, what would have happened? You would have paid GST to government. That is reverse charge. Remember, R for recipient. Got it? RCM, recipient will pay. You understood? FCM, supplier will pay. To whom? Government. That is called as charge. What is the first aspect that we need to know? Supply or not. What is the second aspect we should know? Taxable or exempted. What is the third aspect we need to know? Who will pay GST, FCM or RCM? The last aspect, registration. Carefully listen. The activity is supply. The activity is taxable and I have to pay GST under FCM, but I am unregistered. Am I required to pay GST? No. I am not required to pay GST. Are you understanding here? Just because it is supply, just because it is taxable, just because it is FCM, it does not mean they will pay GST. It is taxable, FCM, but GST not payable. Why GST not payable? Because the supplier is unregistered. If the supplier is registered only, they will pay GST. So, what we need to write in exam, sir? Can we write exempted? No, don't change the character of the transaction. The transaction is taxable, but GST not payable because the supplier is unregistered. GST not payable. Is it clear? So, right now we are in the aspect number 1. The other 3 aspects we need to see to understand the payment of GST. Right now, supply. Okay, is it supply or not a supply is what we are discussing. Now, look into 71AA. You understood 71A? What is that? Activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. 71AA versus 71A. What is the difference you can find? Any activity or transaction between a person other than individual. Who is a person other than individual? Person, you know, person. Income tax person, you know. Who are the person under income tax? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, firm, LLP, body corporate, company, local authority, cooperative society, or artificial juridical person. Same, extra central government and state government is also person under GST. So, which means whether government is required to pay GST? Yes. Whether government is required to pay income tax? No. Why government is not required to pay income tax? If they pay income tax, they are paying out of their pocket only from one department to another department here. Whereas, in case if they are paying GST, if railways is paying GST, will they pay out of their pocket? No, in turn collected from the people. New inflow, is it clear or not? Whenever they sell the tickets, they will collect not only the price of the ticket plus GST extra they are collecting. So that's why under indirect tax, government is a person, not under Income Tax Act. Now, person other than individual. Who is person other than individual? All others. HUF, AOP, BOI, firm, etc. Person other than individual. And its members. For the members, for example, you take HUF. HUF is person other than individual. Respond here. Who are the members of HUF? Karta and other co-partners. Then firm, person other than individual. Who are the members? Partners. And company, members. Shareholders. Directors are not members. Shareholders are only members. Okay. Director may be or may not be a member. If the director is holding shares, they will become member. Is there a guarantee that, or is there a condition that the director should hold the shares? No. So that's why don't call director as the member, shareholders as the members. Next, In case of trust, who are the members? Trustees are the board members of the trust, who are the members of the trust. They will be called as, like members. Now, between a person other than individual and its members, if there is any transaction for a consideration, then it will come under 7(1)(a). Is it clear? I'll give you an example for this. Say there is a company, and in that company I am having shares. Now I want to transfer these shares from my name to my wife's name. So I will go and request the company for share transfer. And will the company do the share transfer against a fees? Yes. Now, is that service provided by the company to some other person or to their member? To their member. Even though they provide services to their members, it will become supply under 7(1)(a). What if, like there is a association. There is an association. I am a member of the association. For example, there is an association which holds an immovable property, and I want the immovable property on rent for 1 day for conducting a function. I am the member of the association. I will take the immovable property on rent for 1 day and I will pay rent to the association. Even though I am a member of the association, but this activity between the association and members will also become supply. Why not it is covered under 7(1)(a)? Why they have given it under 7(1)(a)? Because there is one Supreme Court judgment which was given in the context of service tax, stating that there cannot be any activity chargeable to service tax between association and its members. You understood? One Supreme Court decision is there. Between members and the association, if there is any activity, it is not a service invoking the principle of mutuality. They gave that decision, which means that between members and the association, there should not be any service tax. But this decision was given in the context of service tax, but the decision came in 2018 when GST law got implemented. Now what our people will do, relying upon that Supreme Court judgment, we will argue with the GST also that no need to pay GST because service tax is subsumed into GST. Possible? To avoid these litigations, they are telling, boss, 7(1)(a), even though the activity is between an association and its members, for a consideration it will become supply. Got it? What is the difference between 7(1)(a) and AA? 7(1)(a) is between two unrelated parties, any person to any person. But 7(1)(a) is between a person other than individual and its members. Okay. In both the cases, it should be for consideration. But in the course or furtherance of business is missing. Why? By default, it will be in the course or furtherance of business, because we are dealing with a person other than individual. Why there will be personal activity? Personal activity will be only for individual. For other than individual, there is nothing like that called personal. Is it clear? So it will be in the course or furtherance of business. By default it is. Next, look into 7(1)(b). What is the difference between 7(1)(a) and 7(1)(b) that you can find? 7(1)(a), any activity, but 7(1)(b), import of services. 7(1)(a) also for consideration, 7(1)(b) also for consideration. But in 7(1)(b) you can find one speciality, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. But 7(1)(a) should be in the course or furtherance of business. Now listen, you are subscribing for Netflix. What is the subscription charges for Netflix? 199 per month. Okay, you are paying 199 rupees per month and you are subscribing for Netflix. Is it import of services? Where Netflix is located? Outside India. Outside India. And where are you located? In India. Is it import of services? Yes. For consideration? Yes. Is it in your course or furtherance of business? No, definitely not in the course or furtherance of business. Are you connecting it to any projector and running a cinema theater? No. So no way it is for business, it is purely for personal. Perhaps many things in Netflix, we cannot put it in TV also. We can watch only in mobile. Understood? So content and all is not in our control. Yeah, it will come. Many things will come in that. And therefore, this is purely for personal purpose, not in the course or furtherance of business. Even then it is supply and chargeable to GST. Is it clear? But in 7(1)(a), it is not like that. What if it is not in the course or furtherance of business? It is not a supply. Are you understanding the difference? And this course or furtherance of business or not, you are seeing from whose perspective? Supplier perspective or recipient perspective? Recipient perspective. For Netflix, always it is in the course or furtherance of business. Now you are seeing from your point of view. When this Netflix subscription will become in the course or furtherance of business? Generally, Netflix is not in the course or furtherance of business, but when it will become in the course or furtherance of business? If the employer is taking the subscription for giving it as a benefit to their employees. Lot of software companies will take the Netflix subscription on a bulk model, corporate model, and they will be giving the subscription access to their employees. Is it clear? And they will book it under employee welfare. There are many things that they can do to the employees. Maybe Netflix subscription can be given to do the binge watch throughout the night, enjoy, and for that purpose they might be giving. Now this will be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes sir. Import of service by the employer for consideration in the course or furtherance of business, because employee welfare is part of business na. So in the course or furtherance of business. Understood? Then anyhow that is also coming under supply 7(1)(b). Import of service may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. It is supply. And import of service should be seen from whose perspective? Recipient point of view, because recipient is only importing. But 7(1)(a), sale, exchange, barter, everything we are seeing from whose perspective? Supplier point of view. That is another difference between 7(1)(a) and 7(1)(b). Is it clear? Next, look into 7(1)(c). There are some activities which are given in 7(1)(c). 1 second. Yes, there are some activities which are given in 7(1)(c). Activities in schedule 1 even though not for consideration. What is the difference between 7(1)(a) and 7(1)(c)? 7(1)(a) is for consideration, 7(1)(c) is not for consideration. Okay, but all activities? No, not all activities, only 4 activities. What are those 4 activities? D, R, I, P. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. So I have purchased a business asset. For example, I purchased a AC. At the time of purchase of AC, I would have paid some GST. I would have taken that as ITC. Now this AC I am donating to an orphanage. Is it for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. Is it disposal of business asset? Yes. On which ITC is availed? Is it supply or not a supply? Yes. Even though without consideration, it will become supply. Another example. I purchased a car. At the time of purchase of car, GST paid I have not taken as ITC. Why I have not taken ITC? Because car is a blocked credit. Car is an ineligible purchase for ITC purpose. So I cannot take ITC on car purchase. So I have not taken ITC. Now I use the car and I have donated it to a old age home. Is it for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. But it will become supply? No. Why it will not become supply? Read properly. Disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. So here ITC is not availed. That's why it will not become supply. Is it clear? Next, R for related party transactions, including transaction between distinct persons. If there is any transaction between related parties or between distinct persons, who are related and who are distinct, we will see little later. Then also it will become supply. Okay, even though it is without consideration. But you know, it should be transaction between related or transaction between distinct. Then import of services. I want you to read 7(1)(b), one import of service is there. In 7(1)(c) also there is one import of service. What is the difference between these two? 7(1)(b) import of service can be from any person. But this 7(1)(c) import of service is from a related person. Okay. Related person or establishment located outside India. One more difference is that 7(1)(b) should be for consideration, but 7(1)(c) is without consideration. Remember, only when there is an activity without consideration, you need to refer to 7(1)(c). Whenever there is no C, see 7(1)(c). Got it? No C, no consideration, refer 71C. Got it? Then P for principal agent transactions. Any transaction that takes place between principal and the agent. For example, consignor sending goods on consignment to the consignment agent, that is now supply. Got it? Principal agent. But principal agent where the agent is acting on behalf of principal. You understood what are the 4 activities which are covered under 71C even though without consideration as supply? What are they? Only 4. These 4 are called as supply without consideration. What are they? D, R, I, P. DRIP. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. R for related party transaction including transaction between distinct persons. Then I for import of service from a related person or another establishment located outside India. P for principal agent transactions, where the agent is acting on behalf of principal. What is the meaning of agent acting on behalf of principal? I'll explain that later. So right now, remember agent acting on behalf of principal. These 4 cases, even though without consideration, the said activity becomes supply. You understood? 71A, 71AA, 71B and 71C. Only these activities are supply. Am I right? Why import of goods is not given in the list? Can you find import of goods in the list? No. Why it is not given? Because it's an event under customs. We have Customs Act. Customs Act is not subsumed into GST. That's the reason why import of goods is not given here. Otherwise, we will be definitely taking import of goods also as supply because Customs Act is applicable, not GST. Next. In everywhere, we have to see the transaction from supplier perspective. But in 2 places, we are looking into recipient perspective. What are they? 71B, import of service, and 71C also import of service, that we will interpret from recipient point of view. Understood? Now, this comparative differences, I gave it in next to next page. You can see page number 7. Summary of section 7 subsection 1. 71A, nature of supply, any activity. Consideration, yes. Should be in the course or furtherance of business, yes. From whose point of view? Supplier point of view. What is the coverage? Both goods and services. 71AA. 71AA is between person other than individual and its members. Between either, listen carefully, association to members or members to association. Both sides. Okay. Then consideration is essential. Yes. Course or furtherance of business. Yes. And point of view supplier. Coverage, both goods and services. Both are covered there. And 71B. What is 71B? Import of services. Consideration, yes. Course or furtherance of business, may or may not be. Yes or no. Point of view, whose point of view? Recipient. Coverage, only services. Goods we don't have. Then 71C. 71C, whenever you are referring to 71C, you need to write read with schedule 1. So schedule 1 of CGST Act. The list of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration is given in 71C, read with schedule 1. Schedule 1 also you need to remember and write in exam. Now DRIP, in that case whether consideration is essential, no. For D point, disposal of business asset, did I tell that it should be in the course or furtherance of business? No. So which means it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. Carefully listen. I gave you 2 examples. One is a car, another is AC. I donated it to an old age home or an orphanage, etc. Is donation to an old age home or orphanage in the course or furtherance of business? No, it's not in the course or furtherance of business. Correct. But even then it is supply. Because the moment it is disposal of business asset on which ITC availed, whether it is for consideration or without consideration, it will become supply. Are you with me? Then, can you give me an example of disposal of business assets in the course or furtherance of business? The moment you say sale, it should not come in 71C. Sale word should not come in 71C. Why? Sale is for consideration. Consideration means 71A. So think and answer. I need an example. It should be disposal of business asset without consideration, but it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Give it to? Okay. So why they will give it to dump yard? Sell or freely they will give? They will sell no usually. Okay. I will take that example, but it is in the course or furtherance of business or not in the course or furtherance of business. Actually, it is not in the course or furtherance of business. They are just giving away. I want an example in the course or furtherance of business. Employer giving it to employee. That is, okay. Say for example, a company purchases laptops, use it for some 4-5 years and give it as free to their employees. Maybe that is covered under disposal of business asset on which IT is available in the course or furtherance of business, because when they give it to their employees, it is coming under business, because employee welfare, I told you, it's a business activity. One more example I will tell you. Free samples. I purchase lot of items for sale in my shop, but in order to push the sales, I will be giving this as freebies. For example, if you purchase for 500 rupees, I will give you one sugar packet free. If you buy for 1000 rupees, I will give you one refined oil 1 liter packet free. Are you getting this? Which means this refined oil also as well as sugar also I am purchasing. Correct? Is it my business asset? Yes or no? Yes, it's my business asset. At the time of purchase of the sugar packet and refined oil packet, whatever GST I paid, I would have taken as ITC. Now, why am I giving it freely without consideration? In order to push the sale of other products. Correct here. You trust me, the moment if I put this offer, whether people have willingness to buy or not, for the sake of this offer, they will come and buy and go. That too, if I want to give, like, these are all the essential things. Sugar, refined oil, these are all essential things. So definitely people will come crazy, they will buy, even if they need 300 rupees worth of goods, the 200 rupees extra they will buy for the sake of this free product, which means I am pushing my sales through this way. So is it in the course or furtherance of business? Yes, it is in the course or furtherance of business. So now in this case, can we call it as supply? No doubt it is supply. Why it is supply? Because it comes under disposal of business asset on which ITC is available. So this disposal of business asset on which ITC is available, it may be in the course or furtherance of business or not in the course or furtherance of business. It is supply. Keep that in mind. Got it? And from whose perspective we need to see supplier point of view. What is the coverage? Only goods. We don't have services here. Then R for related party transaction. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes, must. Again, from whose point of view? Supplier point of view. Coverage, both goods and services. Then I, import of services from a related person. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. And recipient point of view, only coverage is services. Principal agent transaction also should be in the course or furtherance of business. Supplier point of view, and the coverage is only goods. From this table you observe only two places we see from recipient point of view. What is that? Import of services and import of service from related party or other establishment located outside India. Then, and in case of, that is everywhere, you can see course or furtherance of business is not at all required. Two places. What is that? Import of services, disposal of business asset. Everywhere the coverage is both goods and services, but in some places we don't have the coverage of only, like we have the coverage of only goods. What are they? Disposal of business asset and principal agent transaction. Correct? And we have the coverage of only services. Where? Import of services. Am I right here? And rest of the places it will be either goods, the transaction can involve goods, or the transaction can involve services. Is that clear? Understood? Now, this is about inclusions in the meaning of supply. Related to these inclusions, we need to now learn the definitions. Okay. So what are the definitions that we need to know? First, you need to know what is the meaning of goods, what is the meaning of services. Then you need to know what is the meaning of consideration. Then you need to know what is the meaning of business. Then you need to know what is the meaning of related, because related is also covered here. Related, then distinct persons. These are the definitions we are going to learn. Goods, services, consideration, business, related, and distinct person. These are the 6 important definitions. Okay, let's start with meaning of goods. You can see this in page number 10. Important definitions or points. Can you all get up and sit once? Good. Sit. Listen. So meaning of goods. No, you are not used to sitting for this many hours and listening to the class. I can see, because actually you started flight mode already. Okay. So therefore, yes, yeah, all these things are little dry only. There won't be any computation, etc. and all. But you have to learn this, because in application, see, without learning this we cannot apply. So in application they will give twist in these places only. Okay, listen. Meaning of goods. Look into the definition. Generally goods means what? Movable property or immovable property? Movable property. Immovable property will not come under goods. So goods means any kind of movable property. That's the definition means. Goods excludes what? See there, goods excludes what? Money and securities. So money is not goods. Also go to services definition below. You can see services definition in the next page. Can you see service excludes money and securities? Yes. So which means money and security is neither goods nor services. Why securities are excluded from the meaning of both goods and services? Simple logic. STT, securities transaction tax, is levied on transaction in securities. Is it subsumed into GST or not subsumed into GST? STT, subsumed or not subsumed? We learned just now what are the taxes which got subsumed. So as STT is already there, again if you levy GST on transaction in securities, the entire stock market will fall. Because what is the rate of GST? Let's take on an average 12%. There are some goods which have, some goods and services 5%, 18% like that. You take 12%. Okay, you take 5% also. The margin itself you will not get 5%. When you buy and sell the securities, you will not get 5%. People do business for 1%, 0.5% margin and all. And every time you need to sell, you need to pay 5% means no one will start doing trading in securities. So securities market, if it falls, what will happen? How economy will fall if the securities market falls? Securities market only not falling. How economy will fall? Sir, people will not invest. Means the saving habit is gone. When the saving habit is gone, people will feel like, why should I invest? If you are not investing, then you will spend. So your expenditure is increasing, and because of which the other countries will not be coming and doing any business here. They will be seeing you as only consumer. Where is the economy? When the economy will grow? Only when there is a savings habit. If the savings habit is not there, the economy will not grow. There should be some savings that will be invested into business, and the business will grow, that will create another income. You got it? So due to that reason, stock market is so crucial. They don't want to touch that. That's why it is excluded from both goods and services. Securities means shares, debentures, bonds, mutual funds, even derivatives. Derivatives is also covered. Futures, forwards, options, swaps, everything will be taken out. It is not covered under GST. Is it clear? Next. Why money is excluded? It's meaningless to tax money when a transaction happens. For example, I am having 10,000 rupees. I am giving you 10,000 rupees in 500 rupee notes, and you are giving me in 100 rupee notes, 100 notes. So is it like I am selling you 500 rupee note and you are selling me 100 rupee note, meaningless. So there is no GST on transaction in money. So transaction in money, transaction in securities, neither goods nor services. Okay, then come back to meaning of goods inclusion. So tell me, what is it we have learned so far in goods definition? Goods means any kind of movable property. Goods excludes money and securities. Goods includes what? Actionable claims. What is actionable claims means? Actionable claims actually not defined in GST, but generally actionable claims, I will give you examples, based on that you try to learn. Bill of exchange is an actionable claim, lottery ticket is an actionable claim, bearer check is an actionable claim, promissory note is an actionable claim. So what is common in all these things? Let's take lottery ticket. You have a lottery ticket, means you have right to receive the prize money, correct? Am I right? Right to receive prize money. Can you transfer? Can you transfer the lottery tickets from one person to another person? Yes. Is it legally enforceable? In lottery ticket there won't be any name, so transferable. Legally enforceable in the states where lottery system is prevailing. And who will receive the prize money? Whomsoever is holding the lottery ticket, they will receive the prize money, correct or not? Then you take bill of exchange. Bill of exchange you have means you have right to recover the debt, correct? Transferable, we can endorse the bill of exchange. Whomsoever is holding bill of exchange, they will receive the money. And is it legally enforceable? Yes, Negotiable Instruments Act, legally enforceable. Another example, bearer check. You have a bearer check. You have right to receive benefits? Yes. Is it transferable? Yes. As it is not a cross check, definitely it is transferable. And is it legally enforceable? Yes. And who will receive the money? The person who is holding that bearer check will receive the money. Is it clear? These are the actionable claims. So you remember, any instrument which satisfies 4 conditions will be called as actionable claim. What are the 4 conditions that we have seen here? First, you have right to receive benefit or recover the debt, and it is transferable, and it is legally enforceable. And who will receive benefit or recover debt? The holder will receive the benefit or recover the debt. You can see below meaning of actionable claims. All conditions to be satisfied, an instrument which satisfies this condition is called as an actionable claim. Right to receive a benefit or recover a debt, legally enforceable, can be transferred from one person to another person. Holder of such right is entitled to receive benefit or recover a debt. So actionable claims will be covered under the meaning of goods. Then goods includes one more point you see. What is that? Growing crops, grass or things attached to earth. So generally anything which is attached to earth is immovable, no? Why is it becoming movable? That's what they are telling. Attached to earth or forming part of earth, which are agreed to be severed. Severed means cut under a contract of supply. For example, I have a mango plantation and you enter into contract with me to buy this mango plantation. But under the contract, say after 3 months, I need to cut it and deliver it to you. So which means today when you enter into contract, it is immovable, correct? Yes, today it is immovable, but at the time of delivery, it becomes movable. So still it is treated as goods today itself, because even though it is attached to earth, but it is agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply. So that's why it is treated as goods. Is it clear? Growing crops, grass, things attached to a forming part of land agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply. Now look into money definition. Money, because goods excludes money, so we need to know what is the meaning of money. Money means Indian currency or foreign currency. Money includes any instrument recognized by RBI. Money excludes currency held for numismatic value. What is numismatic value? Which is not in legal tender today. Means numismatic value means collection or study. So like old coins, old currencies and all you will collect and keep, na, that is called as currency held for numismatic value. Now this is the meaning of money. Let's try to interpret. I am a bank. You are approaching me to buy $500. You are buying $500 means I am selling $500. And today $1 equals to say 85 rupees. So 500 into 85, so I am collecting 42,500 and I am giving you $500. You understood? Is it? Is it transaction in money? Yes, because foreign currency is also covered here. So it's a transaction in money. So is it goods or services? Neither goods nor services. Are you understanding this? Then next, I am selling you old coins. I have lot of old coins and I am selling you the old coins. Whether the sale of old coins is covered under goods or not covered under goods? Why it is covered under goods? First, money is excluded from goods. So goods minus is money. Money minus is old coins, correct? Minus into minus plus, you understood? So an exclusion to the exclusion is inclusion. So it will come under goods and it will be chargeable to GST. It is becoming supply, okay? Next, sale of cryptocurrency. What is cryptocurrency? Okay, virtual currency, which is decentralized and which will be operated through blockchain technology. We have lot of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoins, Ethereum coins, Doge coins, Raven coins, like that lot of cryptocurrencies are there. Whether this sale of cryptocurrency is covered under money? Why? Not recognized by RBI. Is cryptocurrency recognized by RBI? No, not recognized by RBI. Then I am selling cryptocurrency. So is it covered under money? No. Then it is covered under goods? Yes. Money excludes cryptocurrency, then cryptocurrency will be coming under goods. But sir, it is virtual na sir. See, virtual, that is tangible or intangible, it will come under goods. The moment it is a movable property, is it clear? So any kind of movable property, you please write down there, tangible or intangible. Tangible or intangible, both are coming under movable property goods. Tangible or intangible. Understood here? So that's the explanation I have given below. Sale of cryptocurrency and sale of old coins treated as sale of goods. It will be covered under goods. Understood? Next, look into the next page, page 11, services. So far what we have seen, goods definition. Goods means what? Any kind of movable property. Goods includes actionable claims, growing crops or things attached to a forming part of earth agreed to be served under a contract of supply. Goods excludes money and securities. These two are not read as goods. Then money definition also we learnt in this. Indian currency, foreign currency. Any instrument recognized by RBI. Then excludes currency held for numismatic value. Then look into service definition. Service means what? Anything other than goods. Amazing definition, no? Anything other than goods is service. So sale of land, will it come under goods? I am selling land, will it come under goods? No, why? Immovable property. Will it be treated as service? Yes. Yes. Why it is treated as service? Anything other than goods. Are you understanding? Sale of land is not goods, but it is anything other than service. Anything other than goods is service. Sale of building, is it goods? No, it is not goods because it is immovable. But will it come under service? Yes. Stupid definition, no? You understood? Then sir, sale of land and sale of building is service. Yes, sale of land and sale of building is service. Means should we pay GST on sale of land, sale of building? No, because it is excluded from supply. Are you getting this? It is supply. Actually, if that exclusion is not there, it will become supply and we end up paying GST on sale of land and sale of building because it comes under service. They drafted with that intention only. But thank God we have got a exclusion, that 7 subsection 2. Go to that summary chart. Go to that summary chart backwards. Go to that summary of 7 subsection 1, 7 subsection 2, like that. This chapter beginning. In that exclusions you can see. 7 subsection 2 exclusions. In that you can see L, land sale, including sale of building. Are you understanding? So tell me whether sale of land and sale of building is supply of service. Yes. So in MCQ when you get, so which of the following statements are correct? 4 statements they will give, option A, 1 and 2, option 2, 3 and 4, like that they will give. And what you will think, sale of land, sale of building. Why it is service? First of all, it is not a supply. So therefore, you will select the option that it is not a supply. It is service, but it is excluded from supply. Is it service? Yes. Right there somewhere. Sale of land and sale of building. Example, sale of land and sale of building is service. Is service. Sale of land and sale of building is service. Today afternoon lunch break, when you are going, buy one sticky notes and come, so that any extra information you can write it in the book itself, rather than maintaining a separate notebook and writing. These extra points if you write in the book itself, so that you will not be required to read anything else. And even the connectors also, like for example some information which will come at a later point of time, but here you need to know, so we will discuss that. So those references also you can give, okay. For that reason, buy little bigger size only, okay, not the small one, little bigger size you buy. So any charts etc. also we can make in that itself, okay. Next, so sale of land and sale of building is service, but is it covered under supply or excluded from supply? But excluded from supply, but excluded from supply, but excluded from supply. Next, look into meaning of service includes. Service includes transaction in money for a separate consideration. Amazing point. Money is neither goods nor services. Money is neither goods nor services. However, there is a transaction in money for a separate consideration. That separate consideration will be treated as supply of service. Example, I am selling you $500 for some 42,000 rupees and all, but I am not collecting only that. I am collecting a markup fee on that. Say 1.5% I collected as markup fee. Carefully listen. Today the exchange rate is 85. 500 into 85, 42,500. But I am not collecting only 42,500 from you, plus 1.5% extra I am collecting. Why this 1.5% extra? Markup fee, currency conversion fee or currency markup fee. Now this extra is there, na? What is that extra? Some amount. That only will be treated as that 1.5% portion is only treated as supply of service. Okay. What if I have given you the exact amount, $1.85, that much amount only I have sold. Then there is no separate consideration, so it is not treated as service. Are you listening? Then another example, I need a change for 500, but I don't have, the change for 500, so I need a change for 500 in coins, like 1 rupee coin, 2 rupee coin, 5 rupee, 10 rupee coins, like that I need. Coins I need. I am approaching you. I am giving you 500 rupee note. You are giving me coins, but the total value of that coins is 480 rupees. Means 20 rupees is your consideration. So that 20 rupees is treated as supply of service. So there is a conversion of currency one form to another form. Actually you should be giving me 500 rupee worth of coins, but you gave me only 480, means you are getting 20 rupees as the consideration. That will become supply of service. Are you listening? So transaction in money for a separate consideration. Example, currency conversion fee. Okay. Then next, another inclusion you see. Facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. Who will facilitate or arrange transaction in securities? Stockbrokers, intermediaries, depositories, etc. They will facilitate, arrange transaction in securities. That is treated as service. For example, I am selling shares. You are buying shares. This is not covered under goods or services. But if I need to sell, there should be one intermediary, one stockbroker. He will collect a brokerage. That will be coming under supply of service. Understood? So example, stockbroker. What depositories will do? They will maintain your demat account. And in the demat account, debit, credit and all, it will be taken care by the depositories, for which they will be collecting some charges, annual maintenance charges. So that will also be coming under facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. That is this. So understood the service definition? Come on, tell me what is the service definition? Anything other than goods. It also excludes money and securities. It includes transaction in money for a separate consideration, facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. Then come back to actionable claims point. What is the examples of actionable claims I told you? I gave you many examples, correct? You write down their examples: lottery ticket, then bearer check, bill of exchange, promissory note, then casinos. These are all, in casinos they give chips, not potato chips, the coins, which is used for the purpose of betting. That will also come under actionable claims. Okay, so these are the examples of actionable claims. However, if you observe in this bearer check, bill of exchange and promissory notes, these are instruments recognized by RBI. Agreed? Yes or no? These are instruments recognized by RBI. If it is instrument recognized by RBI, it will come under money definition. Concentrate, don't sleep, then lifelong you will sleep. Okay, listen, don't sleep. Exam you have to clear, na? What? Keep the fear in heart so that you will not sleep. Daily morning 3 o'clock I am getting up at 3 o'clock. Then again I will sleep afterwards. But I am getting up at 3 o'clock because I also searched and asked many doctors, why I am getting up at 3 o'clock? Because you have a fear. Some fear is there in your heart and mind. Because of that only you will wake up at 3 o'clock. And I did not understand what fear. They said like you have some thought process is going on, that's why. I didn't understand. Even I thought, okay, what is that? I am happy and I am earning. I have one wife only and 2 kids. So then I am happy. Then why am I having this fear? Then my subconscious mind is having a fear that what if this is my last batch and if students are not coming for the next batch, this fear is there for me, and every batch I will try to push myself, so with more energy, and other person I should not allow other person to come and take over, I should only teach like that. I am gradually improving, adding things and making different things because a fear is there. That fear pushes us. That fear is good fear. You have that. It will not allow you to sleep. So therefore, don't just leave it like, okay, if not May, November. That thought should not be there. Got it? So if you have the fear, you will not get sleep. If you sleep, you will fail. You think that way. I will curse you that if you sleep in the class, there is a probability that you will be failing. You understood? My curse and all will happen. Okay? So, and I will also curse you that you all clear. You understood? And if you are listening to the classes properly, listen. Don't sleep here. So coming back to this bill of exchange, promissory note and bearer check, it is covered under money. When it is covered under money, it is excluded from the meaning of goods. Correct? Excluded from the meaning of goods. The same 3 comes under actionable claims also, means it is covered under goods. Correct, yaar? Because goods includes actionable claims and goods excludes money. How the same can be exclusion as well as inclusion? So we need to make a harmonious interpretation wherein those instruments which are covered under money will be excluded and the remaining actionable claims are treated as goods. Is it clear? See there, actionable claims, those actionable claims which are covered under the definition of money is neither goods nor services, and the other actionable claims are considered as goods. Clear here? So three are covered under money definition: bill of exchange, promissory note, bearer check. It is neither goods nor services, but others will be treated as goods. In that others which are treated as goods, go to the exclusions. Go to the exclusion, the first page of this chapter. Go to the exclusions, first page of this chapter. You can see A, actionable claims. Actionable claims other than specified actionable claims, that is this HC block. Actionable claims other than HC block. What is HC block? Some specified actionable claims which are covered under supply. Listen here, actionable claims other than specified actionable claims is excluded, means specified actionable claims is included. What are those specified actionable claims? Remember that with a mnemonic HC block. H for horse racing. In horse racing, what is the actionable claim there? Ticket. When you place a bet, you will get a ticket. The ticket is the actionable claim. Then C, casinos. The coins or the chips is the actionable claim. Then B, betting. That betting is the actionable claim. Next, what is the difference between betting and H? Horse racing is also betting, but betting on the horses, but all other bettings will be coming under B, like cricket betting, etc. and all kind of betting. L for lottery tickets. That lottery ticket is the actionable claim. Then online money gaming. Online money gaming, betting apps. You download betting apps like Rummy Circle, Online Rummy, then Dream 11. These are all coming under online money gaming, where you deposit the money and they will be giving you the entry or some points, etc. Using that you will play, and suppose if you are winning, you will be getting money. So that is called as online money gaming. Next, we have G for gambling. What is the difference between betting and gambling? Odds. If the odds of winning is like somewhere like 50% to the odds of losing, then it will come under betting. But if the odds of winning is 1 out of 10, then it will be called as gambling. Means lot of people will lose where one person only will be winning, that is called as gambling. You understood? So usually in gambling, the odds of winning is very less, and that's why huge money is involved. Huge money is involved, it means if you win, huge money. If you lose, completely lost. Okay. So lot of people will be losing money in gambling, only few will be winning. Whereas betting is not like that. Betting is little bit more. There is like 50-50 chance kind of. Okay. And so these are called as specified actionable claims which are covered under supply. What are they? Come on, repeat again. HC block. H for horse racing. C for casinos. B, betting. L, lottery ticket. O, online money gaming. G, gambling. These are covered under supply. Remaining actionable claims are excluded from supply. Got it? Only these are covered, remaining are excluded from supply. So you can see the connection there. Actionable claims point you see. So those which are covered under money definition, page number 10, those which are covered under money definition, neither goods or services, others will be treated as goods. In that, HC block is covered under supply and other actionable claims are not a supply. Can you give me an example of other actionable claims that already excluded neither goods nor services? Correct. Neither goods nor services. Any other? I want it here in this place. Others. Letters. Debtors. How debtors? That is only bill of exchange. Debtors will not have anything. Sundry debtors, there won't be anything for them. Super. Vouchers. Very good. Vouchers. Vouchers, actually, when you have a voucher, you have right to receive a benefit. And that voucher can be transferable. And whomsoever is having the voucher, that person can enjoy the benefit. And if the voucher is not accepted as redemption, sir, you got a voucher, if you redeem it, you will get a 500 rupee discount. Is it clear? 500 rupees off like that. Suppose if the person is not accepting, we can sue. Example, you go to Reliance Trends. Go to Reliance Trends. Do the shopping. So when you do shopping, they will give you 500 rupee voucher. Next time when you come and buy for 1500, you will get 500 rupees off like that. One voucher they will give. correct? Is this voucher transferable? Any person can have that voucher, they can. And is it legally enforceable? Yes, we can sue Ambani if they are not. Number 3, whomsoever is holding, they will be receiving the benefit, and you have a right. Definitely it will be coming under actionable claim. But is it covered under money definition? No. Is it covered under that HC block? No. That's why it is others. It is not a supply. That's the reason why the voucher, when we are giving, it is neither goods nor services. It is not a supply. Vouchers are not a supply. But sir, we need to pay GST based on vouchers. Somewhere we learned, sir, we are not required to pay GST on the vouchers. We are required to pay GST on the goods or services redeemable against these vouchers. Example, you got 500 rupee voucher of Reliance Trends. But this is not a paid promotion for Reliance Trends and all, okay? So just example I am telling you. And next time when you go to that shop and purchase 2000 rupees worth of garments, how much you pay out of your pocket? 1500, but GST payable on 2000. GST payable on 2000, don't consider this 500 rupees as a discount. Discount is different from voucher. When you are redeeming this 500 rupees, which means it is treated as a consideration against supply of goods. So GST payable on entire sale value of the goods. That's why next time you see the bill, okay, where we will see go buy and come. Bill you see 2000 plus GST minus this voucher. Is it clear or not? They'll not reduce minus 500 and then add GST. Got it? First 2000 on the GST and this 500 rupees will be reduced, which means that GST is payable even on the 500 rupee component also. That 500 rupee is like the consideration against supply of goods or services. That's why at the time of, like giving vouchers, there won't be any GST liability. I mean, that is neither goods nor services, okay? So you can write here example vouchers. Example vouchers. Next, look into consideration definition here. Meaning of consideration. We completed goods definition, services definition, consideration. What is consideration generally means? Quid pro quo, something in return. How it should be? Monetary or non-monetary? Both. Either it can be monetary or non-monetary. And if it is non-monetary, how it should be? Either in the form of goods or in the form of services. Okay. So doing an act or not doing an act. Again, services means it can be doing an act or not doing an act. Example, I will be taking classes for you. You don't have to pay the fees for Fastrack batch. Okay. But you should do the promotion for me, wherein you should go everywhere and tell, I attended Tharun sir's class, amazing faculty he is, like him no one will teach, and maybe God only coming and taking classes of indirect access. Like that you should do marketing, script and all I will give you, okay. So you should be doing. Then it will be, nothing intentional or not pulling anyone's legs. For example, this is one example. You don't connect it to any other person and tell he is speaking bad about some other person. Why will I speak about any person? Generally, I am telling you, for example, okay. And this way, when you are doing the marketing for me, that's an activity which is consideration, correct? For the purpose of taking the classes, doing an act. Now say, I did not take the classes properly. When I am not taking the classes properly, I will not charge you fees, but the fact that I did not take the class properly, you should not tell outside. You understood? That is also my consideration, not doing an act. Is it clear? So doing an act, not doing an act. So monetary, non-monetary. Monetary, payment received or receivable. Next time onwards, if anyone listens, that you speak positive about me, they will think about this only. Like that I am not surviving. Don't take it that way. For an example only, okay. Whatever examples that I give in the class is confined only in the class and nothing else, okay, for the purpose of understanding the subject. Because lot of threatening calls and all I am receiving here for the sake of that. So payment received or receivable. Non-monetary, it can be either goods or services. And consideration excludes subsidy from central government or state government. Subsidy from central government or state government not treated as consideration. So what is subsidy means? Grant, grants. Subsidy means some grant or a gracious payment is known as subsidy. And this subsidy received from CG or SG not treated as consideration. What if it is received from others? Then treated as consideration. Example, I am a two-wheeler dealer. Electric vehicles I am selling. On every electric vehicle sold, I got 10,000 rupees from central government. Is it subsidy from CG? Yes. From customer I am getting 90,000. From central government I am getting 10,000. So now what should be treated as my consideration? 90, not 1 lakh. The 10,000 will not be treated as consideration. Got it? Next, another example. Say I am selling a four-wheeler. In that four-wheeler, I am using MRF tires. As I am using MRF tires, MRF gives me 5,000 rupees as a subsidy. This 5,000 rupees received from MRF. Why are they giving subsidy? 5,000 rupees to me because I am using their product. Tomorrow, when you want to replace the tire, you are a buyer of this car. When you replace the tire, you replace which tire? With MRF tire only. Because 4 tires will be MRF. When you replace one tire, it will not be Bridgestone or Seat, correct? You don't like that. So same brand you will replace, which means the future sales of the company lies in original equipment manufacturer using that product. Is it clear? So they are giving me, is it subsidy from CG or SG or others? Treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Treated as consideration. So consideration includes monetary, non-monetary, excludes subsidy from central government, state government. Refundable security deposit also not treated as consideration. Example, I am giving my house on rent to you or a commercial property on rent to you, for which you have to give me 6 months rent as security deposit. So whether it is refundable or non-refundable? Refundable. So treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration. When you buy a gas connection, Indian, etc., when you take a gas connection, you have to pay some 2,000 rupees as non-refundable security deposit. So will that be treated as consideration? Yes, because it is non-refundable in nature. Got it? Sir, usually property owners, what they do, they will mention like out of the security deposit of 6 months rent, 1 month will be deducted at the time when you vacate the property towards repairs, painting, etc., like that they will say. Now in that case, how much is refundable? Means that is only excluded, that 1 month is known on the date of contract itself that it will not be refundable. So that is treated as consideration. Is it clear? At whichever point of time it becomes non-refundable. At whichever point of time it becomes non-refundable, it will become consideration. So that is about refundable security deposit is excluded. Now look into the special point related to this. Consideration should be received from whom? Either from the recipient or from any other person. What we need to see is presence of the consideration. Example, there is a two-wheeler dealer who do the servicing, free after sale service. Is it really free? No. What happens there? They will collect one coupon from you. They would have given, that is at the time of purchase of the car or two-wheeler, you would have got one owner's manual. In that manual, some free coupons will be there, free after sale service coupons. So when you give your vehicle for servicing, the dealer will collect the coupon from you and they will not charge anything to you. This coupon, they redeem it from the manufacturer and they get the money from the manufacturer, which means that, is there a consideration involved in this transaction or not? Yes, not paid by the recipient. For the dealer, who is the recipient? Buyer. Buyer is the recipient, but they are not getting money from the buyer, but they are getting money from manufacturer. So therefore, consideration can be from recipient or any other person. What we need to see is the presence of consideration. Is it clear? See there. Consideration can be received from recipient or any other person. Presence of consideration is only relevant. And the consideration should be in respect of. In respect of means we will announce. We will announce prior hand. This is the product, price 100. This is the service, price 500. Like that, before in hand itself we will tell. So that much price is received in respect of that goods or services, that will be treated as consideration. Consideration can be in response to. In response to means we did not tell anything, but we are getting that in response to our goods or services. Example, whenever the movie becomes a hit, the producer of the movie will be giving car as a gift to the actor or director or music director, etc. and all. Whatever car they receive, it is consideration in response to acting in the movie, or some cameo role we will do for which the hero will be getting Rolex watch and all. That is also coming under consideration in response to supply of goods or services. Had they not acted in that movie, that would not have been received na. So it is in response to. Will it be added to their consideration? Yes. Like how you see reels, GST department also will see the same reel. Correct, yeah. And they will also know that this gift has been given by the producer. See, if it happens in four walls, no one will know. But what we will do at the time of giving gift, we do lot of hangama, marketing, etc. and all. So then GST department also will see. Now they will check their GSTR 3B whether this is reported or not reported. Not reported, notice will be given to the actor or director, etc. Got it? It is consideration in response to. Then, sir, what if it is like normal gifts? Normal gifts. See, gift, is it in response to doing something? In response to doing something, then only it will be. Normal casual gifts and all will be there, which is no way connected to the supply of goods or services. That will not be treated as consideration. Is it clear? Next, consideration as an inducement of. Inducement of means I don't want to provide the service, but you will be giving me something and tempting me to do the service. Example, again movie industry only we will be seeing this. So some actors and all will not agree to act next to one actor, because that actor may be of some grandfather's age and suddenly they want to become hero, etc. and all. So now definitely actors and all so feel like, so this big actor he is, I mean in age, so how can I act next to him? But that actor might own lot of shops, and because he has lot of wealth, what he will do, he will tell, okay, if you are acting in my movie, I'll give you this. That is called as inducement. Inducing a person. Even it is there, na, Hardik Pandya got induced for the purpose of joining him in the Mumbai Indians. Okay, so that is called as inducement. So because they know that if Hardik Pandya comes, Rohit Sharma is not having that much vibe. So IPL requires lot of vibe. Youth is required. So Rohit Sharma became old. So he became a class player, etc. and all. So he cannot pull off. So we need one cranky fellow. So who is, because of all bad reasons, somewhere in the like social media. Who is that? Hardik Pandya. Call him. So for that we will induce, because already he is with some other franchise. It's okay. Give him something. Make him sign the contract. That is called as inducement. You understood? So inducing means you are offering something, making him to provide the service. That is called as consideration. That is also consideration. So consideration can be in respect of, in response to, or for inducement of supply of goods or services. Then activity without consideration or consideration without activity is not a supply under 7(1)(a). Activity without consideration, example, activity without consideration, freebies, charities. I am doing something and I am not getting any consideration in return. Okay, so that is called as activity without consideration. Next, consideration without activity. What is that? Donations. Donations. So I got a donation, but I don't have any obligation to do anything in return, like an unconditional donation. That is consideration without any activity. That is also not a supply. Activity without consideration or consideration without activity is not a supply under 7(1)(a). Now we will divide these donations into two: conditional donations, unconditional donations. What is the meaning of conditional donation? Against that money or donation, I have an obligation to do something in return. That is called as conditional donation. Okay, so for example, you are giving me some money and you are asking me to display the name of yours on the top of the building. What is this donation? Conditional donation. So this is treated as consideration, and in response to this I need to do something for you. So it is consideration and it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Again listen, suppose you are giving me money and you don't have like any obligation, you did not keep any obligation on me, then it is called as unconditional donation. Unconditional donation. Is it treated as consideration? No. So consequently will it become supply or not a supply? Not a supply. See there, conditional, obligation on supplier to do something, it is treated as consideration. Unconditional, no obligation on supplier to do anything, it is not treated as consideration, consequently it is not a supply. Now listen, you gave me money, you did not put any obligation on me to display your name, but as a gratitude voluntarily I have displayed your name. Now in this case, is it conditional or unconditional donation? Still it is unconditional donation only, but I displayed your name, let it be, but you did not put it as an obligation on me, as a gratitude I did, it is unconditional donation only. Okay, listen, please listen. If this display of name gives a business advantage to you, you are giving me money, I displayed the name, that display of name gives a business advantage to you, then CBIC gave a clarification stating that this is deemed to be conditional donation. So what is the criteria we need to check whether display of name gives a business advantage or is not giving a business advantage? For example, I am mentioning donated by Rajinikanth. Is there a business advantage or not? No. There are a number of Rajinikanths in India. So about whom I am talking? Just I mentioned the name. Suppose if I mention donated by superstar Rajinikanth, only one. You understood? Only one. I am referring to only one person. So which means he gets a business advantage. Are you getting this? Then donated by say L&T Limited. Is there a business advantage? Yes, because that is a company name, brand name, everyone knows that's a business advantage. Donated by Fangs Technologies Private Limited. No, because no one knows what is Fangs Technology Private Limited, that's the legal name of the company, but their brand name is Vivo. So donated by Fangs Technologies Private Limited in brackets Vivo, will if I mention, definitely that is a business advantage, because lot of times the companies or the firms also can give the donation out of their business account, then naturally their legal name of the business will be mentioned. So case to case basis you see, just mere mentioning the name, is it going to fetch any advantage to the business or not? See, just by mentioning a legal name of the business, legal name no one knows. So if that legal name itself is the brand name of the company, then definitely there will be a business advantage. Mere legal name may not be a business advantage. Are you getting this? Then one more example, donated by India Cements Limited. Definitely business advantage is there, because India Cements is the name of the company and its brand name is also India Cements. Are you getting? And sometimes, like say for example, donated by Sorting Hat Technologies Private Limited. What is that Sorting Hat Technologies? No one knows. They have a brand name called as Unacademy. Unacademy, like that one brand name they are having. So which means just a legal name if I mention, that is not giving them the business advantage. Are you getting this here? So if I mention the brand name, that is the intention there. So case to case basis you need to see. So you cannot give a straight away formula here, check the question. Based on the question you can decide, okay. So display of name in the premises out of gratitude but not as a compulsion. If donor name is displayed anywhere in the premises, against the donation. If individual name is displayed, no business advantage to the donor, not a supply. If display of name gives business advantage to the donor, then it is supply under 7(1)(a) and it is treated as what service? Sponsorship services. Got it? Now one more example, listen, that is, suppose if I am collecting money for a particular purpose. Sir, I am constructing a temple, sir, for that I need money from you. I collected. Conditional donation or unconditional donation? Think and answer. I want to construct a temple. For that purpose, I am collecting money from you. Or I want to construct a hospital. For that purpose, I collected money from you. Conditional or unconditional? It is unconditional only because I don't have any obligation to do anything to you. See, I have an obligation to construct it, but not to you, na. Perhaps every donation is for a particular purpose only. Without purpose, if you ask money, that is called as begging. You understood? If I come and tell, please give me money like that, I have to tell the purpose, na, for what purpose. So almost every donation will be for a purpose. Just because it is a purpose, don't classify it under conditional donation. Am I doing something in return to the person who is giving me money? Then it will be coming under conditional donation. Lot of people, what they do, they will, fundraising event like that they will organize. In this fundraising event, what they do, they will be having some photographs or some artwork, etc. they will keep, and they will be giving that to the people who contribute or who give more donations. Is it clear? That's called as a fundraising campaign. I know one person, so what that person will do, he will be going on like various forest trips and all, he will be going, and he will carry a camera with him and he will shoot the animals, wild animals and all. So like wildlife photography he will do, and he will bring, and for a cause, definitely for a noble cause only. So he will take a frame of it, like photographs and all, beautiful photographs, and he sign it and keep it. Those who are coming for that particular charitable event, like some event, maybe for underprivileged people, education or some health reason, something, he will do the fundraising event. Those who give more and more donations, this particular frame of wildlife photography, he will be giving it to them. That is what, hardly 5,000, like that 5,000 or 10,000. But so like somewhere 10 lakhs if you are giving donation, or 20 lakhs you are giving donation, they will be giving this. The moment you do like that, under GST it will become supply. Under GST it will become supply. Why, sir? You are giving something. You are giving something against that. So it will become like a conditional donation, because of which it constitutes supply. You got it? So chances are there. So GST department may invoke the provisions and say that it is activity for consideration and you need to pay. And one more point, is there a concept of adequate consideration in GST? No, there is no concept of adequate consideration. What does it mean? For example, I purchase for 100 rupees, I sell for 10 rupees. So should I pay GST on 10 rupees? Yes, there is no concept of adequate consideration. I can sell for 10 rupees and 10 rupees, really 10 rupees only I am selling. Can I pay GST only on 10 rupees? Yes. So why people will do that, sir? Rather than giving it for free, they will do this way, because they need to reverse the ITC. If purchased goods are given as gifts or free samples, they cannot take ITC. I will give you one classic example. Now almost all shops, garment shops, if you see this offer will be there, you buy for 5,000 rupees, you will get one trolley bag free. Or if you buy for 5,000, you will get one mixie free, grinder free, like that and all, they will be giving offers. Correct? Means that free they need to buy. The free they need to buy. They pay GST. They are giving it for free. They cannot take ITC. So now what they will do? They came out with a different version. You buy for 5,000, you will get trolley bag for 200 rupees. Are you getting this? The trolley bag is worth 2,000, which you will get for 200 rupees. Now these people will bill the trolley bag for 200. But this trolley bag would have been purchased for 1,000 rupees. But they bill only for 200, even they can tell for 10 rupees also. What's there? So on the 10 rupees only they will pay GST, or on the 200 only they will pay GST and enjoy the ITC. Otherwise, they cannot take 1 rupee ITC also on the trolley bag purchase. Why? Because purchased goods given as gifts or free samples will become like blocked credit. You cannot take ITC. Are you understanding? So this is a scam lot of people are doing. Sir, government don't know this, government knows it. But even they are keeping quiet, because they know that fine, what we can do, we cannot remove this particular point, because we cannot bring in the adequate consideration concept into GST. In income tax we have, so but in GST they cannot bring, because it is ultra via the constitution. Sir, who are you to tell at what price I need to tell? Is India a socialistic country? No. India is a capitalistic country. Little element of socialism is there, that's why we call it as mixed economy. So which means that I will decide my price. I will die, sir. What is your problem? I may suffer loss. I will sell at 10 rupees. If not, I will sell at 1 rupee also. What is your problem? You cannot tell na that what price I need to sell. So that is where they cannot bring in the concept of adequate consideration, which leads to this loophole. Okay, fine. So with this we'll stop, and the remaining parts we will discuss after break. So you take a break up to 2 o'clock, 45 minutes I am giving you. 45 minutes enough now? Okay, we'll meet at 2 and we will continue with the remaining aspects. Thank you.